Thank you all for being here. E-Learning Conference is an annual conference held every year in September at the premises of Belgrade Metropolitan University. We started in 2010 with the vision of e-learning as a path to the knowledge society. It has come a long way since then. But 12 years later, we are welcoming you today to this two-day international event that established itself both as a leader and as a brand in the field of e-learning. Conferences such as this provide valuable opportunity for the academia, for scientists, researchers, specialists, and software development companies for networking and establishing good connections, both for sharing their experiences as well. The focus of this year's conference is on learning analytics and big data in education. A glance through the list of presentations planned for these 2 days reveals the amazing diversity of these themes. May I thank all our presenters for taking part in our conference. I would like to present and welcome all virtually present participants in this conference, and I hope you're looking forward to fruitful discussions as much as I am. This conference is supported by the ongoing Erasmus Plus project, Improving Online and Blended Learning with Educational Data Analytics, and the Ministry of Education in Serbia. I now have the pleasure of calling upon Professor Dragan Domazet, the President of Belgrade Metropolitan University, to officially open the conference.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our university. This is a small conference, but we are small universities, but it doesn't mean that we are too small. We want to work very deeply in research issues concerned related to e-learning, and the COVID experience showed that this is the area that must be improved greatly, so that we don't do only LMS, learning management system, but to develop tools and methodologies how students can study. I say study, not teaching and learning, because we are not school, we are university. Some of you probably come from secondary school and you teach students, but we should not teach, we should allow them to study. That means to have discussion groups, discuss, include students in the process of studying, and that's why now we are changing our programs, we are changing our methodologies, how to teach. So we expect, for instance, students to learn, to study the teaching materials before they come to lectures or exercises and tutorials, so that we have more time to discuss and so on. So what is the message? The message is that technology is not enough, and it's not good enough. That we have to improve both the technologies to support studying, or if you in secondary school, teaching and learning, not only management of data, but also the way how students should work. And it's a big challenge, because as you know, these generations today, with these mobile phones and so on, they are not used to read and to watch long videos, so we have to cut our videos to 5 minutes, 3 minutes, and so on, in order to give them the freedom to choose and read when they want, and so on. On the other hand, our textual part of learning material should be concise, straight, easy to read, and also combined with videos and combined with other animations and so on. So this is the game. We always have to find methods to attract students, to keep them attentions, to focus on what we talk and so on. So it's not only learning, but it's also how we teach in these classrooms and so on. And that's why we now employ also pedagogists and other staff that are not technical, That's what we learn, and I hope that in future conferences we will not only process data and analytics data is now, that we also have to include, and we used to do it this before as well, pedagogists, and to learn how to study, how to work with students, how to include students, and to increase the interest for studies. That's the one problem. Another problem that we have, or better to say, is this modern way of talking. We should say challenges, not problems. So the challenge is in this international environment. We all know post-COVID and COVID experience, we have economical problems, we have war in Europe, we are going to have more and more such challenges. We are pressed to reduce costs, to be more efficient, to compress our time, and also affect such conferences because we don't have time to travel, we don't have probably enough money for traveling and so on. And we learned during the COVID time that Zoom and other tools are pretty good for such conferences. It's easy to be in it's our own apartments and be in a conference wherever it is. For instance, last week or this month, next month, I think October, our team in the LEDA project has to go to Finland, but on the northern part of Finland, so it's very complicated to come there. It takes a lot of time and money, so it's not easy. So we have to find ways to combine both virtual conferences and meetings and also in person, because everything is different when we meet together, when we laugh together, we discuss together. But unfortunately, we can afford to do it all the time. So we have to improve our communications using networks, our business doing the networks and so on. So digital business is now keyword now at our university. We have new programs, for instance, in the Faculty of Management. It's called Digital Business and Marketing. How business model should be changed if it's done digitally. It's the same for conferences. We have to think how to improve this conference, how to be more digitalized, how to include people that cannot afford to come here, and to combine them. We use the Zoom and so on, these techniques for conferences when the COVID time was, but it's not enough. Discussions and so on must be there. Joint works, common works, joint projects, all this must be done more and more digitally, virtually, and so on. So such conference and our strategy to work on e-learning was a good strategic thing probably 12 years ago, 13 years ago when we started, but we have to improve further and further. And we have to increase the number of participants, whether online or in class and so on, so that we can communicate and have more different papers, different research results and so on. But we all face the similar problem. We have to compress time, we have to reduce cost and so on, but we have to find appropriate business, teaching, research models that are for digital era. And that's our challenge for this. So our conference should probably have a broader scope in future, and to even have some kind of a part that could be like an open journal. We have some ideas in this area so that we significantly increase the number of participants of such events, number of papers, and to have a critical number of researchers in one area. This conference is very focused. It's on e-learning, as you see. So it can never be a conference with hundreds and hundreds of participants. But I think that we can increase the number of participants by reorganizing the conference in the sense to be not the same as it was 10 years ago, but to be more appropriate to the digital area that is already here. So I'm very pleased to open this conference. I hope that it will be fruitful, that we will discuss a lot, and I hope also that we have a dinner tonight, yes? So we have to not do virtual dinner, but real dinner, and enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Domazet. Now it is my very great pleasure and honor to introduce our first speaker, Professor Miguel Ángel Conde. Professor Conde is an associate professor at the University of León and a researcher in the Spanish network of learning analytics. He has published more than 100 papers on different topics such as e-learning, service-oriented architectures, learning analytics, mobile learning, human-computer interaction, educational robotics, etc. He's also the author of 5 books, 20 book chapters, 112 international conference papers, and 10 national contributions, 29 research projects. And today, his keynote speech is on how to deal with the learning analytics for the evaluation of teamwork competence, going beyond the LMS logs, the complexity of analyzing learning evidences. Professor Conde, thank you very much for accepting our invitation to be a keynote speaker today. Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, all of you, for coming. Thank you for inviting me to come here, because it's a pleasure to be here. I was here in 2018, probably when we think that things were going to progress in other way. And now, at least we have, with no mask, at least we can be here and not only using the other ways, the other interesting ways of interaction that are here and are going to continue here. And we need to live with them, and we need to live with a new situation. And this kind of situation used to be complex. It's not going to be easy. And I will try to show some of the points that could be interesting to take into account when we consider, or when we try to carry out a learning analytics approach. The outline of my presentation is going to be first an introduction about what we can consider as complexity. Later, I will present an example that we have been doing during several years at the University of León, working with how to assess teamwork competence, which is something, it's difficult without technology, but with technology, we have other problems, other worries, and it's something that we need to consider. Later, I will comment the learning analytics approach that we use to address this situation or this challenge, and finally, some conclusions are presented. Regarding complexity, what can you see there? What is it? An apple, okay. It's an apple. We can see and we can think that an apple is something simple. It's just an apple. But is it true? It has a lot of things. I think if we think on an apple, we can think on the different parts of the apple. Okay? This is something that on schools they used to say to the child, okay, you have to learn that you have hair, cell, and skin, and flesh, and seed, and things like that. They have a lot of components, a lot of things that we can look into and that we can study. But also, there is a very interesting process from the flower to the fruit. How it grows, how it develops, how loose the petals, how the process of this transformation is also important. Okay, and probably you say, this man is crazy, talking about things that nothing have to do with learning. I think that we should consider that learning is something that goes beyond just an outcome, just a result. Learning I'm going to be moving, so I'm going to add this. Learning is something that is based on a lot of things, and we have different levels, different layers that we need to take into account. It is not just a delivery. It is not just an assignment. It is not just what the students are doing or not, and when they are doing it. Okay. The problem is that probably we are very focused on grades, because at the university, when you have a big group, for instance, I used to have 100 or 110 students in a class, and I have to evaluate all them. This is very difficult. I probably would need to know which are their worries, which are their needs, which are the requirements, what do they know before to come to my class, but that is not possible. This is a discussion we have had about personalization during a lot of time. It is not possible. Is it? I don't know. Probably if we have technology that is able to gather a lot of information and a lot of learning evidences, we are going to be able to at least have a glance of what each student is doing. But the problem is that the people need to learn. And the problem is that we need to know a lot of things of a lot of students. How am I able to see or to know what the students know, what are the requirements, if they have acquired a competence or not? It's really, really, really hard. And it's not something that depends on the grade or some kind of outcome. It depends on the process. It depends on how the flower comes to fruit. It depends on a lot of other issues that should be taken into account. And probably learning analytics is going to help us, but technology is not probably to be the only solution. And it's not going to be enough, as professors have said. Technology is a tool, and we need to use as it, and not depend on it. For instance, some people say, okay, I have a new tool at my university which I can use to see when students are clicking on some resource. Okay, that's nice. You can see how many clicks you have on a resource. But does this mean that the student is reading or is using the resource? It's not. It's difficult. It's complex. And we need to use technology, but we need to use other kind of disciplines, such as data science, and we need to use people prepared to deal with these kind of situations. For instance, for me, it would be nice when I'm trying to do a learning analytic approach to have someone from a pedagogue or someone from the educational field to tell me, okay, you are probably not doing the best thing. You are probably not doing or not adopting the best approach because you have to take into account this or this or this. For instance, for me, at the beginning of my research about learning analytics, we begin to talk about analyzing how interaction in forums impact the grade of students. And I was checking and say, okay, we have a lot of logs, we have a lot of interactions, but is this true? It is going to affect the grades? I can assert that the interaction, if a student interacts more or less, is going to be the grade affected. Well, I need to look for other researches, I need to look for other sources in order to know if this is true or not. And it was true, okay? But it's something that probably you are not going to know from scratch. You need to know from experience. You need to ask others. You need to look for experts. So, if we are talking that the student has a lot of requirements and features and things like that, teachers need to assess or to evaluate something and to have a final grade on something. And we need a lot of other people involved in order to do or to have a good strategy about this. Is it going to be simple? Probably the methods that we think are simpler used to be the most complicated. And education has never been simple. Okay, it's something that is complex because we are trying to prepare people to work or to succeed, to succeed in labor work, and this is used to be difficult because we are dealing with people, not dealing just with that, and that's where probably the most complexity, although the complexity could be. Anyway, we have to look and we have to fight against the institution also. And I will comment this later, but if you want to use some kind of educational tool, if you want to, you have to ask your institution, okay, can I use this? And they told you, I don't know the data, maybe you cannot access to the data, maybe you need to consider the ethical, the ethical issues. And at the end, you have wasted a lot of energy fighting against the institution until you find the opportunity to really carry out your approach. In fact, it's one of the other things. Well, we are going to comment all these things. Here I have an approach, or probably you can see the image and you can say, okay, that's quite innovative. Do you think this is innovative? Probably we cannot know, okay? But someone from the outside, or someone that is not used, they say, oh, they are using physical devices, but it depends on the learning methodology followed. It depends on how this child have interacted among them. There are a lot of issues that we need to take into account. It's not just the technology. But they are using robots. Okay, but and what is about using robots? Using a robot has been doing it with childs and very little childs at the kindergarten even. So we need to focus on the process probably, and not so much on the outcome. And the process. The problem that you used to have with the process is that it has a lot of stages. It involves a lot of people. And it produces some kind of outcomes, but not always they are evaluated. Some of them are, I don't know, discarded or rejected if you want. But for instance, if you have a meeting with your students because they are asking you something, maybe it's a good idea to publish what you have discussed, so others can know and others can solve their doubts reading what you have discussed with them. And this is just a part of this long process that involves education. And here, something that should be taken into account is each person is different. Each person has some requirements. Each person needs a kind of adaptation to their situation. The problem is that probably technology could help us to know, to see this, but we need much more resources in order to try to do a kind of personal learning, as has been commented during a lot of years, and can be seen as a final goal of some kind of technological application use. Of course, technology helps. Are you sure about this? Does it help us, or just introduce a new disruptive element that is going to motivate the students, probably? And motivation always, motivation along the or in the literature is used to be related to better or improvement in learning. Okay, so if you are motivated, you work better. But the problem is that this motivation is just like a flame that becomes very big and beautiful, and later goes down, goes down. Probably technology is okay, but technology is not enough. Technology could help us to motivate our students. Technology could help us to extract data about what the students are doing. But we need not only data, we need information. We need to know what I'm reading. For instance, I can check a log and see on the log, okay, I have 10 students that are not accessing to my subject. And what kind of implication does this have? it could have implications. It could be related with drop-down or not, but it could also have other important issues beyond this. So technology helps us, but is not or should not be the key of the learning analytics approach and the key of probably all the learning processes. I work as teachers in a computer science degree, so I am proud of technology and I'm proud of some kind of things, but I'm proud especially not of this. I'm proud that the students understand what technology could do and how they can use it. So probably education, no, probably not. Education should be beyond this, should be more important, should take into account technology, but just as a way to help to improve. Because when we are going to talk later, I will talk about learning analytics, and I will say, okay, learning analytics, that is something that the final aim that learning analytics has is to improve students' learning. And I would like to ask you something. What is to improve? What can we understand as improved learning? What do you think? To have better grades? Is it to improve learning? It is not. It is a way for us to see, okay, there is a progress. But it is not enough. To improve learning, we need to see that the competences have been acquired, that the education or the process followed by a student has allowed him to be better or her to be better and to succeed in a future in labor work. But a better grade is not always related with learning or to improve learning, okay? And that's one of our probably most common errors, to consider just that. Of course, this is a log, okay, a Moodle log. I have, as I told you, 110 or 120 students. This year is better because we have some problems with the COVID and now it's growing up. The thing is, do you know how many logs I have in a Moodle log? It could be crazy. If I try to see this and say, okay, a student has a what? And what is the IP? And IP is going to provide me something. It is, okay, but not always as usual as we would like. So we need to look for tools that really help us to do an analysis. And these kind of tools used to be related with techniques or with a discipline that is known as learning analytics. For instance, just to comment, we will comment later CTM-TC methodology, that is the one that we have been following to explore teamwork competence. But the thing is, if I have followed the methodology with technology and without it, okay? With technology, I need to evaluate each group, the work of each of the groups, 2 hours, 2 hours and a half. And I have 150 students and they were grouped in groups of 3 or 4 persons. So it was completely crazy. When using technology, when using learning analytics, when using some kind of disciplines, I require only, I can remember, maybe 15 minutes. So it's a way in which you can, it can be more affordable to try to explore what the students have done. But later you have to make decisions and you have to evaluate them. And that's something that depends not only on the evidences or on the tool, it depends on other issues. Issues that we need to consider, and we need to consider them before starting with the learning analytic approach. And these are, first, context. The context in which we are going to carry out the learning analytics experience. First of all, the kind of learning delivery modality. That is, if we are working face-to-face or blended or online, depending on that, we are going to have a different context. In pure online learning, we are going to have much more logs, people is going to be connecting more time, so it's something that could be more critical or not. Okay, for instance, for me at a face-to-face class where I'm using the platform just as a kind of support, a learning platform, for me the fact that they connect, well, it's relevant, but it's not as relevant as it could be if you are an online learning modality and people is not logging in. You are saying, okay, this person is not, or these students are not considering what they have to do. Okay. Another thing, the technology ecosystem, the kind of tools that we use, the common is to have a learning management system. Probably all of you have one. But we are going also to use other tools. And here we could have a problem. For instance, I'm using WhatsApp and Telegram with my students. And these are tools that are not integrated with institutional tools. So how could I analyze what is happening there? That's interesting, of course. And if you have been using Zoom, okay, for video conference or Meets or whatever, and do you know if the students were hearing to you? Do you know if the students were connecting or not? Well, we're connecting, we have some kind of plugins that they send you a list with the students that have go in and things like that. But, for instance, I have begun a class and I have seen someone that opens the camera and was sleeping on the bed or was driving the car, so they say, okay, probably they were not taking me too much into account. But the thing is, context will be considered and technology also. Also we need to take into account the kind of learning analytics that the students could have, the institution could have installed. For instance, Moodle provides you some kind of reports. Maybe they could not be considered as learning analytic tools, but they are tools that help you to understand the data. So it's something we can take into account. And also the policies of our institution. Maybe your institution is interested in learning analytics and they have defined a specific learning analytics policy. So we are going to do this from the institutional side. We are going to promote the use of these tools, and we would like to have reports at the end of the year related with how the institution has progressed with some kind of tool, with some kind of methodology, with some kind of whatever. The thing is, if you have a policy at your institutional context, you need to take it into account. We have not, okay? I will comment this, but we have not. The data. Is it possible to access to the data? To which data would you access to? The problem we used to have is, okay, I have a lot of data, but I cannot use. First, it is not going to be all of it usable, because sometimes we need to look for what is known as smart data, the data that really helps you to know something. But the problem is, can I access to the institutional data? And can I access not only to the institutional data, but to the data of what is happening beyond the institution? It could also have an impact on our learning analytics approach. Other interesting issue, what is wrong or right? The ethics. Is it okay to explore what the students are doing? Is it okay to compare, for instance, the outcome of students with their previous educational background or their family context or things like that? Is it okay? It's something very interesting and we need to also explore. And it's quite critical now, I think. Other issue, and very important, the scope. The learning analytic approach is not going to be the same if I'm going to try to apply it into a course, if I'm going to try to apply it into the whole institution, and if I'm going, for instance, to try to apply it into a project, a part of a subject. It's completely different, the scope. So depending on the scope, I need to look for an approach or other. It's something that we need to consider. And probably this is the most difficult, that is metrics. What would you like to measure? I'm sure I'm going to ask you, probably ask you, what would you like to measure about your students? And I think probably most of you would say that it's normal. Progress of my students. And probably I say, and what do you understand as progress? You have to look you have to look first what kind of data I have, and after that probably what I would like to know. And depending on that, you can later look for metrics. And the metrics depends on a lot of things, and I recommend you to look in the literature for the most common metrics or how some metric could be related to a factor or to another. But it's something critical. And sometimes we need help. We need help from people that are beyond our research field. For instance, I'm not a data scientist, and I love to use or to have the opportunity to work with data scientists because they give you some feedback that probably you have not considered before. And I would like, I love to, well, not so much, but I used to collaborate also with people from education, and they said, okay, maybe you are not using a constructivism approach and things like that, but it's useful. You learn, and you learn how to improve your teaching. And if you improve your teaching, probably you have more possibilities to improve students' learning. But it depends a lot on them also. Okay. Okay, that's the context. And considering that, do you think now that it's a simple process, education? We have considered at least 6 factors, 6 issues that are really, really difficult to take into account and to address. So we are going to see now a sample of how to do this. I think probably it's not the best sample, but it's one that is the one that we have been following. First of all, we consider how to evaluate teamwork. Why teamwork? Because people when goes to their job usually works in group. And they have to know how to work in group. And the companies are giving a lot of value to this kind of competence, and they say, okay, students need to know how to collaborate, how to plan, who is the leader of something, how to distribute tasks. This is really, really, really important. And it's something that is not new. In project management, this has been developed during a lot of time. But the problem is, we have to teach this, we have to teach teamwork, and we need to evaluate if students have acquired this kind of competence. The problem is, how could I assess this, taking into account that we have a lot of learning evidences? We have the technology, and we have a lot of students using that technology. So we are going to have a lot of evidences. For instance, if I have my students working or collaborating in forums, I'm going to have a lot of posts and a lot of messages and a lot of ideas. And how can I assess this? Because it is more or less easy to use or to apply an active methodology that motivates students, such as challenge-based learning or I don't know, project-based learning, and put them together to work into something. But they are collaborating, and we cannot only consider the result, the outcome of the activity. We need to consider the process, as I told you with the apple. We need to consider the process, and I'm going to have a lot of evidences, and we need to analyze them. And we need to analyze them with tools, but with methodologies also, because if not, we are going to be lost with the data. Yeah, I have to look for something such as lost with the data. Okay, so in this case, in order to know how to develop the teamwork competence, we use a methodology that is CTMTC, Comprehensive Training Model of the Teamwork Competence. It's a methodology that is based on an international model of project management that is IPMA. IPMA methodology has several stages that the students need to know and should be open so you can check exactly what the students are doing in a web box method. They are going to use ICT during all the process. That is, they are going to use, in this case, we are using Moodle, okay? But in the Moodle, at the beginning, we use the forums, we use the wiki, we use the deliveries, the delivery systems, things like that, in order to have evidence of what they were doing or not. In the wiki, in fact, we publish intermediate results, so we can see, okay, this team is progressing or not on the project. And we have to consider that this kind of methodology is based on 2 kinds of assessment, a formative and a summative assessment. A summative assessment is at the end with all the results, And a formative assessment is to consider all the process. On it, we need to check group competencies, and we need to check individual competencies. For instance, if a person is doing what they were supposed to do, that's nice. Okay. But if he or she is doing this without taking into account the rest of the group, this is wrong. And probably we can help them. For instance, with this kind of methodology, I used to have a, I don't know how to say it, a check-in day or something like that, in which I check what each group has done in class with them, and told them, okay, you are not doing this well, or you are doing this well, or you are things that help them to have feedback and to know what they are doing, because I can see the complete progress. And that is marvelous, that is nice, but we need tools to support this, because I'm going to have a lot of evidences, and as I told you, this is a really time-consuming strategy, because if we are not counting with that, if we have not the technology to help us, I'm going to devote most of my, I don't know, days of the end of the semester just assessing, and not in a good way, so I need to look for things that help me to do this. We developed some kind of tools that we will present later related with learning analytics. I'm going now to tell you, I have commented you what we have assessed, and now I'm going to tell you how we have applied it. We have applied it at the University of León, from where I come from. Some of you were there, not so far away, I think. The weather was worse than here, but it's okay. It's a public university, around 10,000 students, more or less. It has been near to 12,000, but with COVID and things like that, and the other problems that we have, the enrollment is going down. We have, I think, 2,000 teachers, more or less. No, 2,000 between teachers and staffs. It's in the northwest of Spain, and I'm describing the context, if you see. The context, I say you, we have to consider some issues, some factors, and one of them was the context. I say the context matters, this is the context. We have Moodle as our learning management system, and we have other kind of systems, but some of them integrated into Moodle. For instance, we have a video conference tool that is called AVID, that was developed for the University of Distance Learning of Spain and integrated into Moodle, so we have the evidences that about what is happening there. We have other tools for plagiarism and other tools for interaction, but most of the institutional perspective is to use Moodle and to consider it. There is no learning analytics policy, so it's the decision that each teacher makes. So we need to take into account what we have. Later on, data access policy. When we began to do this, we say, okay, well, we began to apply this kind of methodology 7 years ago. We are talking about a methodology that has been applied to, I don't know, more than 600 students. No, much more, probably near to 1,000 students. So we have a lot of data in this sense. The problem is, okay, I have to access to the data. And the university allowed me to access to my students' data, because I need to evaluate them, okay? But not to put this data and go with this data outside the institution. And it's something that I need to fight against. Because some of the learning analytics tools require that you upload the logs or do things like that, that not always are allowed. So we need to consider this, and although at the university there is no one specific data access policy, they say we follow the Spanish data access policy, and now that is the one that in most of our universities is being applied, is the General Data Protection Regulation that is defined at the European Union. So we need to fight with this. In fact, I have to do tricks in order. Is this recording? Yes, this is recording. I have to do tricks. For instance, sometimes I need to download a backup of my course, upload it into this is allowed because I'm not using it outside of the institution, but download it into my computer, deploy a Moodle instance, install the plugins I want, and analyze the data with that plugins, because the university If I need a plugin, I can tell it, I need this plugin, and they are going to tell me, okay, why? Because this or this or this, and which are the reasons. I have to fulfill a lot of forms and things like that, and probably I'm going to have the tool installed 2 years before. Maybe 2 years, no, but 1 year before. Oh, sorry, 1 year after. All the process began. So this is not good for me. 1 year after I have decided to use another thing. So the way to do this is to say, okay, I need this. Okay, I have the permission to have my students' data on my computer. I could download it. I install Moodle on my computer. I upload the course, and I use the plugins I would like to. Because in other way, I cannot do this. If I would like to, for instance, use any kind of these logs outside the institution, I'm not allowed to it. I can use it, but with some restrictions, especially restrictions defined by the ethics committee and by the data access policy that we have commented. I can use the data anonymized and probably as aggregated data, not just, but if I'm using the data as anonymized, how is possible that I personalize my evaluation or personalize my learning? If I don't know who is having a problem, I can use it with research aims, but not in other way. And other thing that is going to be normal and it's important is an informed consent. I have to inform the students that we are going to use the data for this, and for this, and they allow me to use this data in this way. So, something we did. The scope. We have been applying this to 6 subjects during several years and in different ways. The scope were several subjects. For instance, computer animation, operating systems, distributed systems, well, several subjects related with computer degrees, with computer science degree. And in some of them, it were applied to the whole subject. In some of them, it were applied to a project. We are using project-based learning approaches, and it was applied to a project. And in some of them, it was applied to an assignment. Okay, so an assignment, just one assignment, but in that assignment, they have to work in teams, because if not, I'm not going to be able to evaluate teamwork. Okay, so I have to decide, and it's not the same. If I'm going to have a whole subject, I could say, okay, you have to do this, and you have time enough. You can devote some time to do these stages and this and this. If I'm going to approach or to use this approach just to one of these projects or things like that, the problem is going to be, okay, I have this project and I have a limited space of time to apply it. So it's going to be different. And the kind of evidences I'm going to have are going to be different. I cannot compare, in fact, because the scope is going to be different. In my case, we have been applying this on this way, never at an institutional level or just in some subjects. The metrics. The difficulty of this is the metrics. First, we are using CPMTC, and CPMTC is going to look for some kind of evidences that are integrated into the logs, into the Moodle logs. How to look for individual competencies that we would like to know. For instance, identify cheaters. That is not something common. You have a group of 4 students. Are they working all? Are they doing the same effort, all of them? Probably not. Probably someone is saying, okay, I'm not this group, they are very good, and I am just doing nothing, or just doing little things. So with this methodology that has some metrics, and the metrics are published in several papers, you have the reference on the proceedings. Some of these are based on some evidences that we could analyze from students' interactions. Okay, evidences that allow us to look for cooperation, leadership, responsibility, or engagement. For instance, regarding engagement, if I have a student that never reads the post or the messages of the other students, he or she is not engaged with it. So it's something that we could do. Groupal competencies, looking into the outcomes that are being produced during the process, we can see how this has been done. The planning, the distribution, the tracking, the evolution, or the coordination. I can see the planning, I can see how they have distributed them. If I can see only one person with a lot of tasks, probably distribution is not done, or is not well done. So I can evaluate this. And I can evaluate the final outcomes, such as the work and the documentation, but also the partial results, such as schedule, responsibility map, discussion, and progress. Some of these could be supported by learning analytic tools, because if not, probably it was impossible to do. Especially the issues related with individual competence acquisition. So, I'm going to show you some of this, and I think I will go back later. This was the first application we did. The first application we did, the only thing it was going to do is to explore Moodle forums and to look for groups of students. And in each group, I can see who was collaborating more, who was starting the discussion, who was posting most long messages that, if you look in the literature, is related with more better interaction. For instance, if you have someone in a post or in a forum saying just okay, or for me it's okay, or it's right, or whatever, just this, you say, okay, this person is not collaborating at all, he's just posting something. So the tool could detect this kind of things. And at a glance, I can see what a group has done, who was collaborating well, who was collaborating bad, and things like that. We have applied this in several subjects, and in each subject in a different way. For instance, I'm the people in charge of operating systems during the last 7 years, the operating system subject. First, we begin to use it in an assignment that has, I don't know, a 22% of the weight of the grade. Well, it works because we have better grades than in the previous application, but probably it was not the. I can't see motivation. Okay, so the next year I apply it to another part of the subject, and I increase the weight of the task, and people begin to be more motivated to use this kind of thing. And the good thing, well, we evaluate it. We have much more participation than in previous years, which was very interesting. So grade also goes up. Okay, went up. So the important thing for me was the following. I'm going to see this, and I'm going to see that my students, after the sum, after the evaluation, didn't go to see me and to say me, to argue about the grade, to say, okay, you are not assessing us well. No, they were happy. They know that they have been working, and in a group, they know who has worked more and who has worked less, and I also knew. And that's important. The problem, well, we have been refining this during the years, because you need to improve something, because we detect an important problem. Students were not happy using Moodle forums to interact. Why? Because they do not use it normally. They use WhatsApp, they use Telegram, they use Discord, they use Skype, they use whatever. And I cannot, of course, to check all of them. But I say, okay, do you want to change? We will change. And we did an approach using WhatsApp. The students were going to use WhatsApp. The data of what happens on WhatsApp belongs to WhatsApp company. But the students could download a text version of the conversation. So we did a tool that allow us to map the WhatsApp user or the telephone number, that is something I cannot have as a teacher, for the personal identification of each student. So in this way, it was legal, and in this way, I can check what the students have been doing. I had a dashboard, a kind of dashboard such as the one that you have seen before, and I can see, okay, this group has done this and this. The problem is I need to change the metrics, because it is not going to be the same in forums than in WhatsApp. I'm going to have much more messages. But is it important when a message is posted? Probably yes, probably not. It's important to know if they are replying something. It's important to know if they are starting conversation. It's important to know if they are using emojis because they are sad or not, or the use of speaking and the use of writing when using instant messaging tools is completely different than in forums. Okay, and in fact, an interesting thing is to see. I can see the conversations, and I employ sometimes not only in seeing the final results or the analysis, but in looking into the conversations, and it was funny, really funny, because some of them were very formal, but some of them were talking really, and that's the important thing. We can evaluate what's really happening, and not a kind of artificial conversation between students in order to fulfill what the teacher has asked them to do. Okay, after this, they told me, we are not happy with WhatsApp. Okay, we will change. And I look for other tools, as is Telegram. For me, it's a very good tool. It's worked really well. It's open. And we have the possibility to use bots, to include a bot into a conversation, and the bot is going to be the one that is gathering all the information. So, well, we have some adaptation, we have the bot, and we collect the information, analyze, and have a dashboard. Here you have the basic dashboard that we had. And it works fine, but the students say, okay, but the problem is that you are not knowing what we are saying, okay? So, we have begun, it is not an ended job, but during these years we have been working with this, and we have begun to do or to apply natural language processing to the students' messages on Telegram. So, I can analyze not only the number of messages or the number of emoticons, but I can do sentiment analysis, I can do pattern matching with some kind of expressions that are related with leadership and with other kind of, for instance, with teamwork behavior. If they say, let's go to this, to do this, or I would like to, or I propose you, this is a kind of initiative. An initiative could be valued as leadership. Something interesting. And we are doing this, and we have developed a dashboard much complex, okay? Dashboard that allow us to see this and to see how much each, these are students, it's not big, I know, but these are students, and I can say, okay, this is near, here we have a progress bar, and I can see this has been progressing in teamwork, this has been progressing in leadership, the most common worries or words or things like that are reflected on this graph, so I can have much more information. And now we are working on this, continuing, and migrating into Discord because my students say that they prefer to use Discord. At the end, I don't know how many tools I'm going to have, but the thing is the methodology is working and it is flexible enough to support all these kind of issues. The technology is not the important thing. The methodology that we are applying to do this, the methods we have decided to consider are important. Well, so conclusions, I know that I'm a little bit maybe past from the time. I come again with the echo. We have by the echo. And we need to extract, we need to use all the information that we can from the echo, we can from our students, not with any other aim than to improve their learning. The important thing is to improve students' learning. And although maybe we cannot know exactly what we mean by improve student learning, we need to look for seeing things such as motivation, such as better grades, such as happiness when they are working. That's really important because this is going to be related with improving learning. And this is going to be related with acquiring some kind of competencies that are really difficult. Anyway, as you have seen, the application of a learning analytical approach is really complex and goes beyond the data and needs a lot of effort and needs the help of people that also knows about data, about pedagogy, about a lot of things related with this, and with the aim of improving learning. That is, I think, the aim that we need to have as teachers, and is what we would like to do for students to succeed. Okay, so that's all, and if you have any questions, I will be delighted to answer them. Okay, thank you very much.
Can I ask?
Yes. I will stay here that I have microphone.
Sorry. Obviously, it's a very complex system that you do learning analytics, and you take up data and try to learn something about your students. And it will go on, improve, and so on. But I wonder, can we also include subjective assessments of students? Because if we work in small groups, if we meet them every week, we obviously learn from personal experience and classify them and so on. Can we input such information into the system and combine both neutral data and personal assessment data so that it improves and increases the reliability of results?
Well, I mean, I agree it is possible, but I'm not sure it is necessary. What I mean is, from an objective point of view, if you have the metrics properly defined, it is enough. But possible is because we have used, for instance, other methodologies that is based on peer review by the other students. Each student was going to work in a group. The students were going to work as a group, and each of them were going to evaluate the group and the other members of the group. And we have included that also into our system. In addition, you can use and you can add your perception. But the problem here, for me, that would be nice, but the problem is that observation, that is what we would use in that case, is difficult when you have a lot of students. If we think about the technology perspective, we could have cameras recording each group work and later try to analyze, for instance, try to analyze how they move, try to analyze other issues. There is a modality of learning analytics that is considered as multi-modal learning analysis, that considers things like such as blood pressure, such as face recognition, movements, and things like that. That could be a kind of way to provide you that feedback when you have a lot of groups. Of course, observation, if you have time enough, observation could be very valuable. But if you have not, probably you need, or you can consider the objective data, and you can consider the metrics, and even you can consider these other possibilities that they assess themselves and assess the group. So I think it's a possibility. We have used it, and we compare our results with they have considered, and it was really interesting because they were very hard with themselves, with their peers, and with the groups. If I had to use the grades they gave to their peers, probably most of them were going to have failed. So it's, yeah, really. I have done several experiments with peer reviewing. That's another thing, and I say, okay, I'm not as bad as teacher as you. Okay, I don't know if I have answered. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. More questions? I think it's open.
I think it's open. So you gave us, thank you, it was very, very informative and a very nice presentation. You showed a few phases of your research through the case study, and I think it's very interesting. At one point you said we measured collaboration. Now you kind of elaborated more on that measurement. But how did you decide, beside the fact that we would like for students to have a good experience in learning? And then you mentioned, you added sentiment analysis, you added a few more. How did you decide on what approaches you're going to use in adding to this essentially analytics that you have? Because you have the collaboration, and now you're following the emoticons, and now you're doing the sentiment analysis. I assume you're using some dictionary, the Spanish dictionary, which we usually have problems because there are limitation in Serbian, so we have to do stuff in English. So if you can just give us that angle of we can see that your study has gone through different phases and you're adding different methods to the approach. So, besides the fact that you need to compare the results, how did you come to all these things adding along?
I think it's something related with try and fail. We began with forums. We say, okay, this is not enough at all. We continue and we see the difficulty of instant messaging tools, and we say, okay, we need to go beyond. We need to go beyond the number. Okay, the methodology gives you some issues to attend to in order to see if people is developing leadership, is collaborating, has engagement. The thing is, or is engaged. The thing is, okay, I have this metric, but I can look for which data I have. So depending on the data, I can decide if the metric could be understood as in a way or another. For instance, if I only consider for sentiment analysis the emoticons, some people is not going to use them because they don't use it. So I have not this information. And I have to say, I see this, okay, I try this, I say, okay, this group is doing it, and it's inserting the emoticons, and most of them are of happiness, I don't know, smiles, the little seat with a smile, things like that, okay, so I say this and this and this, and I say, okay, they look happy. But when you have a group without emoticons, you are lost. So I decided, okay, maybe we cannot focus just in this, we need to look, okay, the data that it has is this, the metric I would like to assess is this, how can I adapt? Because if not, you're probably going to have a metric that is going to work sometimes, and not always. You need something that works with all the groups. But this is something that the problem is that this you used to understand this when it has passed. And when you have all the data, you say, okay, I'm doing something wrong. But well, it's a good way to begin. In fact, I used to read a lot about the metrics that others have used in order to check if they could be useful for me, and to look for problems. It's learning by doing and failing. We need to fail in order to see if it is working or not.
Thank you.
More questions? A real problem. Data access and ethics and things like that are a real problem, but it depends a lot on each institution. For instance, now for any kind of project that we send for the European Union and things like that, we have to ask our ethical committee if we are allowed to use the data. But the whole in all this is that if you are a teacher, you have the permissions to see your teacher's data related with the subjects, okay? Not related with other subjects. I can just focus on the scope in which the learning analytic approach is done. I can see what my operating system students are doing, and I can see this student is not doing this well or not, because I need to evaluate them. The problem is, okay, I would like to use this in I don't know, a kind of framework, and there are a lot of learning analytics framework that you upload the logs in a CSV file, and they process it and provide you a report and things like that. This is not possible. If I do this, I need to do this anonymously, and in an anonymous way. And if I do this in an anonymous way, I have not the important things for me that have to know which students are at risk, which not. So I'm going to put an example, okay? Just of something that happens to me. I would like to use there was a plugin in Moodle that was Moodle engagement that was really, it's a kind of semaphore where you can establish some kind of key points and provide these key points a value, and I asked my university to use it, and they told me no, you cannot use it. Well, the answer was not that, okay? It was much more elaborated, and probably if I have insisted, and okay, I say, okay, I'll download the backup file with the students' logs, and later I deploy my personal Moodle and use the plugin, and I see that I have some people at risk of failing. And I email them, and I phone them, and I manage, I said, okay, come to talk with me at my office, and we will see which is their problem. And from, I think they were 10, and from that 10, 6 of them continue with the subject and passed it. So I was happy with the use of the tool, and I was happy with the use of the data. Was I doing something wrong? Not sure. I think I'm on the edge.
Rules are wrong.
No. I'm not saying rules are unnecessary. But what I'm saying is
But how can
we have to look where is the limit and deal with it.
Within the institution, everything should be available, because how we do personalization if we can
It is not
use
possible.
names?
It is not possible. We were working in a project related with personalization. That was trailer project, and we asked the students to track. No, yes, the students and the people to track what they are doing in the browser and gather it to a portfolio that later we will see to see if they have acquired a competence before delivering or trying to develop this competence. For instance, if someone has been dealing with Python programming, I don't need to teach them. People was not ready, because we were gathering information about what they are doing beyond the institution, and they are not happy always with this. It works, but people was not used to, I say, I have done this and this and this, because you are giving your consent and you are giving information to your institution about what you are doing outside. But in this way, with that portfolio, I could have a real educational approach that meets personalization. And the institution begins to say, okay, but we are having information that is not here. There are a lot of implications related with this kind of strategies, but I think are necessary, probably. And we need to use that limits.
But we are not part of the European Union, so we don't have to worry about it. Sometimes it's better not to be. Okay, thank you, Professor Conde. Are there any more questions? Okay, yeah. Later we will have a roundtable discussion, so if you have any more questions, you could ask them then. Okay, I know we are running behind the agenda a little bit, but please stay with us 15 more minutes, because I would like now to call upon Miroslava Raspopović-Milić. She is an associate professor at Belgrade Metropolitan University and also the Dean of the Faculty of Information Technology. She will be talking about ILEDA project. This is ILEDA project, particularly improving online and blended learning with educational data analytics. I can never cope with this title. I have to read it.
That's why it's ILEDA.
Yeah, ILEDA. Okay. Please, the floor is yours.
I will try to be on schedule as much as I can. Hello everyone, my name is Miroslava, as Daniela introduced me. As this year's conference is mainly dealing with learning analytics and big data in education, I will present some of the stuff that we have been working on so far. ILEDA project is actually an ongoing project. We started officially working on the project in November. However, the notification came in late, so we actually started in January. But in the past 9 months, we did a lot of work. So I would like to take this opportunity to present some of the stuff that we have been working on, some of the findings that we have, and some of the things that we will hopefully accomplish. So this is some of the things that I would like to present. Of course, who is participating in this project, what are the project objectives, some of the things that we are planning to do, and what have we done so far. ILEDA is an Erasmus project. We are actually focusing on the higher education, but as a partnership that we have, we will be working on developing some of the learning analytics tools. So our coordinator is Sofia University from Bulgaria. Of course, you are here at Metropolitan, so this is us. Miguel just presented, so he is from University of Leon, and our fourth partner here is University of Eastern Finland. And as a matter of fact, this project came along from one of these conferences. I think Miguel said 2018, but I think it was 2016 actually, because you reminded me something that we discussed that meeting. So it was actually 2016, and back then we, talked about things that Miguel is working on and the things that Metropolitan is working on. And all four universities actually have a long track of participating in different projects in online education, implementing, as you said, as you saw with Miguel, and of course here in Metropolitan, each year we have roughly around 300 courses fully equipped and going online. And as sad as it is, during the pandemic that we had to fully switch to online education in a matter of days, for us was actually a matter of hours, so in less than 24 hours we were fully transferred, or as the literature popularly said, migrated fully to the online education. University of Leon had participated with the University of Eastern Finland on other projects, but just as the rest of the partners, they're working really heavily on learning analytics and implementing different scenarios in online education. And Sofia University is one of the biggest public universities in Bulgaria, has a long track in different Horizon projects, numerous Erasmus projects, so they are really, really the main key holding us together on this project. As I said, our main motivation, of course, we used a lot of COVID results, and you'll see, as you'll see, but we did not start motivated with what has happened during the COVID. All four universities have been working on online learning, as I said, and we wanted to improve what we've been doing so far, improve in a sense of tracking the progress, assessing the students, simply implementing the learning analytics in our regular online education. And in the process of us coming up with the idea for this project, COVID came along, so it really just gave us a lot more data than we had. So really the motivation here was to find different modalities of learning and support it with learning analytics. So really track what we've been doing so far. And of course, you can read our project objectives as they're stated here, but our objective is to define the teaching practices that we want to use. Our objective is to give the collection of the learning analytics tools that exist, but we will strongly try and to achieve to have our own learning analytics tool that will come out as the result from this project. And we will evaluate this in different pilot courses. All four universities, the courses that we have selected are actually in different computing disciplines: computer science, information technology, software engineering. And this was done intentionally, so it will be easier for us to focus on the metrics and methodology and worry less about, whether we have to apply a different methodology for, I don't know, biology or geography or whatever else. And this is our track of what we are trying to do. We are somewhere in between everything, I think. We are finishing this project results 2, which is defining the innovative instructional models. We are now actually working on identifying our metrics. So we want to do the digital learning analytics tool. And of course, we are starting with designing the teaching materials, which we will actually need to actually teach and collect data in our pilot courses. So in our project, we'll have this learning conference, and the next year as well, we will try to collect the data and have some hackathon for students to be included and try to motivate them to see how they will process the data that we have. And we will also have, teach the teachers at each university. So we will probably invite you again to one of these events at one of these countries to participate in our Teach the Teacher multiplier events. We have done so far between our 4 universities, I think Miguel mentioned, we went to Leon. We did a training on implementing these different instructional models. It was quite interesting, and it was a really great visit to Leon. We had a lot of interactive workshops. I don't think I will ever forget the straw building pyramid. My team lost. And yes, in 2 weeks we're going to Finland, and in this training we actually identified that we all have different perception and the knowledge level about the learning analytics, so we have a lot of work to do in Finland as far as our consortium is considered. So what have we done so far? We actually, as ambitious group as we are, we have added more to our task than what we promised. So in the last 9 months, we actually worked quite a lot. We did a gap analysis between what we have as existing requirements and what we'll have as new requirements. We have defined pedagogical methods. There is a first, I'll say, version of the framework set for integrated learning analytics into institution or certain courses. We have, as I said, this is the training that we've done in Spain, and this is the e-learning conference that we had, and of course, as any other project, we had a lot of project meetings. So the gap analysis, I would actually like to give you a few insights on this. We spent really months and months on this. We did literature review, we did a lot of different surveys, and we did interviews with our institutional leaders. So deans, vice deans, rectors, presidents. This was, I have to say, quite interesting an experience. And in a sense, this was done intentionally, but I think we have added burden to our heads. Because we have actually, through having interviews with the deans and the chancellors and the presidents, we have identified what we want to do with this project, and now we have high expectations from our institutions who are really eager to see the outcomes and implement it in each institutions. But it was important for this project, and mainly because, you know, as you mentioned, GDPR, ethical issues, we really need to inform the higher management what this project is about, otherwise we would have problems. So our literature review, we have developed a multi-method approach. We analyzed over 4,000 papers. The multi-method approach included bibliometric analysis, pandemic statistics, actual topic modeling, qualitative synthesis. So these are all the things that we've done, and these are the some of the special intention questions that we paid attention to. We really wanted to identify what were the main topics, how this COVID impacted in the publishing of the frequencies of the papers, what are the venues, publishing countries. We identified some of the major themes, and this literature review was quite interesting. We, of course, found a lot of stuff that we were expected to see, but we also found some stuff that we were not necessarily aware of. Our results will be published on the project website, so you can really go into details and see the frequency, what countries publishing more, what journals publishing more. But what's actually more interesting that we found diverse topics. We found topics that are dealing with migration to online education, topics relating to education in general, and we have different perception, inclusion. There was a lot of published work in medical journals, which kind of we didn't expect, but I guess they worked the most during this pandemic, so they had the most data to analyze. With all this multi-method approach, we didn't just do the topic modeling, we didn't do just the bibliometrics, we actually did select the top-cited papers, and we did the qualitative analysis as well. And this is, some of the main topics that we found here. What we didn't necessarily expect in the results that we have, most of the papers that were published were in the open access journals. Some of the traditionally, journals dealing with education and possibly online education were not as presented as some of the other papers. We saw some citations that are not necessarily adequately conducted. So for instance, we had papers who were really highly cited, but not necessarily had a lot of deep insights. Probably the methods we did not define properly, or they, for instance, had a sample size of 3 people who were interviewed, and those will be the papers with over 1,000 citations. So it deals with some of the ethical issues. Our research didn't deal with this, but this is some of the things that we saw. So very, how do we call it, the covidization. The covidization of the research. So high volume of not necessarily papers that should be cited at that level. So that's something that we saw. We did surveys at each institution, asked students what they liked and didn't like, asked professors what they liked and didn't like, and we asked staff. And this is what we focused on: what worked, what didn't work, what we should improve on, what you liked. So as you see here, there was 112 students, 77 lecturers, and 17 administrative staff. Again, just the highlights, all of the details you can read in our documentation that is ready and probably be published soon. It was interesting to see that actually students really like problem-based learning, project-based learning, and most of them identified that they like to work either in pairs or in groups to up to 5. They of course like animations, they like videos, and this is some of the things that you can actually see in the paper as, and it was interesting because this was done on students from Finland, Spain, Serbia, Bulgaria, really from 4 different countries. So this is the feedback that we received. As far as the teachers, it didn't quite match one-on-one with what student expectation was and what students liked. Part of it was our survey actually showed what our literature review showed. Professors are overwhelmed. There's a lot of anxiety going on when you have to prepare all these teaching materials. Time is an issue. So of course, if you tell professor, you know, we need animations, we need videos, we need all these interactive materials, of course, a certain level of anxiety has to show up. And our survey showed that as well. But what is really important is that the administrative staff correlated along with what the teachers said. So what we noticed is that everyone is aware that there should be a formal, continuous work on the skill set for the teachers. They should be equipped with the skills and technology needed to conduct online teaching. And one of the problems that actually appeared was that the most challenging was courses when we have practical work. So whether people had to join in with virtual laboratories or had to be merged somehow with a flipped classroom. And of course, this was one of the topics that came along in the first step in the literature review, which was mainly addressed, I would have to say, through medical journals and people in medical education. As far as our work on the pedagogical methods and innovative practices, we worked on the active learning, focused on active learning methodologies and how we would like to apply them. Our publishing document, or what we say project result, also beside, you know, explanation or the workshops that we went through are also given in this document. And what is interesting in this document, it actually gives good practice examples of how this has been done in partner institutions. So addresses is how to organize lesson content, how to organize class time, how to organize student work, how to organize certain assessment, because as Mikhail said in the previous presentation, context is important, and it's important how to put everything together. I would have to say we are still working on the framework as far as for integrating learning analytics in online and blended courses, because ILEDA focuses on online and blended courses. We have identified, as I said, in our consortium that we have a different familiarity with learning analytics. So this is something we're focusing on. And these are some of the expectations and problems at each university: how to track students' progress, the context we want to use this, what is the learning modality, is the online learning, blended learning, project-based learning in these courses, what is the curricula. This is something that we're currently really challenging. Not all of us are using the STEM learning management system. We are still trying to figure out how different our data policy for each university. So as the framework, of course, will be published for everybody, this is something each institution should think about. Identifying the metrics, you know, somebody is using this for the collaboration in group projects, somebody else may be using it for the personalized learning, or somebody else for the predictive analytics. So that we're really trying to figure out the common ground for all universities here. Again, data access, all of the regulations, anonymizations, and again, the technological support. So this is something that our framework is covering. And what is next? Right now, each university is preparing teaching and learning materials from computer networks, object-oriented programming, human-computer interaction, robotics. So these are all different courses that will be piloted in different countries. So we are preparing the materials now. And I think from all of our experiences, this may be the least of our challenges. The biggest of our challenges lays here, and we expect this to be our biggest contribution so far. You know, we will have the collection of tools that are existing, but we also want to work on development of our own tool. For instance, here at Metropolitan University, we use learning activity management system. The rest of the universities are using Moodle. Moodle has a lot of already existing tools. LUMS does not. So this is something that we're working on. And once we do the piloting courses, we can then report to you guys next year of how well or not so well things went. And then we will share next year our experiences, you know, how our tool that we developed, that we are planning to develop, is working, and essentially what happened in these pilot courses. So our website is eleda.eu, and of course, all of the things that I've just mentioned, they may not be up today, but they should be up very, very soon because we're polishing some of the documentation at this point. So 19 minutes. Okay. I was good with time. I don't know about the presentation, but I was good with time.
Thank you very much. See what's going on. No questions, please, now. It's coffee break.
We can start with the first session. This session has 4 papers. 3 of them are here. The presenters are here. The fourth presenter is online. He will be joining us at Zoom. And we will begin with the first paper entitled Using Descriptive and Predictive Learning Analytics to Understand Student Behavior at LMS Moodle by Professor Etienne Veški from the Faculty of Organization and Informatics, University of Zagreb, Croatia. The floor is yours.
This should work.
Yes.
Yes, right.
Hello, greetings to everyone. My name is Diana and I come from Croatia. I work as associate professor at the University of Zagreb, Faculty of Organization and Informatics, where I teach courses which are mostly related to machine learning, artificial intelligence, and knowledge discovery in data. In my research work, I'm focused on the application of machine learning algorithms into mostly social science data, educational data, business data. Here, I will present the paper which is entitled Using Descriptive and Predictive Learning Analytics to Understand Student Behavior at Learning Management System Moodle. And here is the brief content of the presentation. Basically, through the presentation, I will try to answer 3 questions. First one is why we think this research is valuable to research. Second one is how did we perform research, and here I will briefly explain research methodology. And at the end, I will provide an answer to a question, what did we got? So what were our results? First, just let me to give a brief context of the research. This paper is only a small part of the research project which is ongoing, and it is funded by Croatian Science Foundation. The title of the project is SIMON, Intelligent System for Automatic Selection of Machine Learning Algorithms in Social Sciences. The duration of the project is 5 years, and I'm principal investigator of this project. What will be the result of the project? We strive to develop intelligent system, recommender system, which would recommend an optimal machine learning algorithm to be used on the specific data sets. And we are focused on social science data, so we're analyzing a lots of educational data, business data, and first we want to investigate what are characteristics of that data, and then we are applying a huge number of machine learning algorithms on the data to see can we find patterns in performance of machine learning algorithms on data set of specific characteristics. Our research group works under lab which is called LUIS, and is acronym from Laboratory for Data Mining and Intelligent Systems. And here is a website where you can see what are our activities, which are currently mainly focused on this project. What was our motivation? Today, there are a huge number of machine learning algorithms which are developed and applied in a broad spectrum of domains. Those algorithms, we think, have a crucial power to extract knowledge from the raw data. However, application of such algorithms is complex, is iterative, and very time-consuming. So we think that there is a need for automatization of the process of selection of algorithms and use of algorithms. So the main question here is which algorithm should be used in a specific situation, in a particular domain and a particular data set. Here is a framework of the research that we are doing, just to position this research into the project. So we have developed, and we are developing so far, dataset repository. We have hundreds of datasets. Most of them are from publicly, from open repositories. We are investigating features of that data and performing analysis by means of machine learning algorithms. That will provide basis for the metadata, which will be part of meta-learning and development of models for algorithm selection. In this presentation, I'm talking about education data of one data set from our repository, and we have applied clustering algorithm and decision tree algorithm on that data set. In order to do that, we have used CRISP-DM standard, which is one of the available standards for applying knowledge discovery data. CRISP-DM consists of 6 phases, which are presented here: domain understanding, data preparation, modeling, evaluation, and deployment. And I will try to give a brief info about each of that phases based on our example. So in the first phase of domain understanding, we have identified research problem and set up research goals, and those goals were transformed into data mining goals. 3 research questions were set up at the beginning of the research. First one was which of the variables extracted from the Moodle logs have the highest impact on students' performance. The second one was can we create good students clusters based on their usage of the learning management system. And third one was, is there any correlation between those clusters and student success? Data were extracted from the learning management system Moodle, which is used at our faculty, from one course, which is called Knowledge Discovery and Data, which is taught at our faculty. And we have included 2 generations of students. This course is elective, and it was taught as, it was implemented as a blended course, which means that lectures and labs were held at the faculty, and we have used learning management system Moodle also. The sample was small, 83 students were included in this research, and variables which were part of the research was number of logs for specific resource and activity which are mentioned here on the slide. So we have file, forum, student report, folder, overview report, page system, test, and assignment. And we also have included overall students' grade at the course, which serve us as dependent variable in the predictive modeling. We have used 2 groups of machine learning algorithms. First group is our unsupervised machine learning algorithm, and we have used cluster analysis, to be more specific, k-means clustering algorithm, which serve as a tool to group students into the clusters. And the second group of machine learning algorithms are supervised machine learning algorithms. We have used here decision tree to develop predictive models. Decision tree is one of the white box methods. It is easy to learn, easy to understand, easy to interpret the results, and some of the previous research show that it can provide good results in educational data mining. So here are the results. First, when we applied cluster analysis, first question was how many groups are optimal. We have varied different number of groups, different number of clusters, to conclude that 3 groups are optimal based on CCC criterion. And basically, we can see that there is the lowest activity in the cluster 1, the highest activity in cluster 2, and something in between for cluster 3. There were the lowest number of students was in cluster 2. Then we have developed predictive models independently for each cluster, for each group, to investigate patterns for each group specifically. On this slide, you can see results of sensitivity analysis for cluster 1. So we have developed a predictive model of student success, and as dependent variable we have student grade at the course, and independent variables were the one I mentioned earlier. Sensitivity analysis aims to explain the results. Concretely here, we can see for first group of the students which of the input variables have the highest impact on the prediction of students' grade at the end. And for this cluster 1, we see that number of logs to the assignment activity and number of logs for their reports are the best predictors of success for group 1. That was the group with the lowest level of activity at the Moodle. These results are for the cluster 3, and we can see differences here. So different variables shown to be best predictors here. So the choice and the number of logs to the activity test shown to be the values with the highest impact on the student success for the students in cluster 3. Decision tree is also, from my point of view, a good choice for analysis, because the model can be transferred into the rules in the form of if then rules, which are really easy to interpret and understand. And here you can see the decision tree model transferred into the prediction rules for group 1, for cluster 1. And for instance, the lowest average grade is predicted for the students which have less than 31 logs to the assignment and less than 4 logs to the student report. And those are the other rules listed here. You can see it. Here are prediction rules for group 3, cluster 3. And of course, we can relate those results with the results of sensitivity analysis, because we can see in leaf report other variables here which are shown to be important for that particular group of the students. So in the conclusion, I will answer the research questions that were set up at the beginning. First one, which of the variables extracted from the learning management system Moodle logs have the highest impact on the student's performance? We can see that assignments and student report views had the highest impact on grades for students with lower activity at the Moodle, whereas choice and test logs had the highest impact on grades for students with higher activity at the Moodle. Can we create good students clusters based on their usage of the LMS? Based on the CC value, which was rather high, we can conclude that good students clusters can be created. And at the end, we didn't find correlation between students clusters and student success. As I mentioned, this is small part of the research. We will include, and we are including more courses in the analysis, more students from different study programs, and also different machine learnings will be applied, machine learning algorithms will be applied to data in order to compare results and to see which of the algorithms are the best for the given data set. Thank you, Mike. Thank you very much for listening.
Are there any questions? Yes? Professor Miroslav first.
I'll try to make a short question. I didn't understand, you put some of the metrics page, folder, what exactly did your data was measuring there, and what did you define as success? Because you said you have a dependent variable, and I know from our data that we have, we really couldn't necessarily predict the grade they were going to get, so we had to measure success as pass or fail. So this is why I'm asking, because it's quite interesting. So some of the metrics you use, like page, folder, what they meant, and how did you define success?
I was commenting earlier, I didn't go beyond the LMS logs, so those variables were related to number of logs, to the page, to the test, just number of student logs. And here, success was measured only with the grade, just students' grade at the end of the course. We have some versions of the analysis where we did take a look on the dependent variable, just a fail or pass, and the results of the models were better when we applied grade as dependent variable. We also have one research which is part of the project where we define formula for the success. So besides of the grades, we take a look, for instance, the duration of the students studying, and I think 2 more parameters were included. But again, our results were the best when using only the student's grade. So that's argumentation for using that metric.
Thank you.
Okay, there were some other questions. Yes.
My question is, we saw results with the decision tree algorithm. Did you try some other algorithm? And you mentioned on the beginning of your presentation different machine learning algorithms, so I'm interested in application of other algorithms on your research. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We have include 4 groups of algorithms. The decision tree, which was presented here, neural networks, co-nearest neighbors, and naive Bayes classifier. Actually, the results were the best for the neural networks in terms of model accuracy and model reliability. However, I decided to present this part here because I mentioned decision tree are white box methods. They're easy to interpret, they're easy to understand, and I think it is good to qualify. It is good to use that models which are explainable. Neural networks are black box, and they still have some issues regarding the explainability of the results.
Thank you very much. Because with our data, our colleague Jovana will present the paper. We found in literature that neural networks are really, not always, but in most research, are the best because of nonlinear relationship among variables. But I agree with you, they are black box models and we don't know what are they doing. We are tuning keeper parameters, but really inside the box, we don't have full insight. So thank you very much for your answer.
Just to add. Recently I was at the conference where I was presenting the paper which included application of neural networks, and I was really discouraged to do that because one first comment was, you have a fundamental issue with this one. Can you totally explain these results? And of course the answer is no. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Yes, it's something that we were commenting before, but I would like you to explain it. How could impact the way in which the subject or is carried out in order to define if a variable affects or not. For instance, I have subjects in which I use forms and other in which I am not using them. So probably in one of them the variables are going to be very important, and in other not so much. So probably have you thought about trying to look for the most representative variables, the most used, or something like that?
Yeah, thank you. I was thinking about that when you had your keynote speak. For instance, forums are, our students do not use forums also. So the idea with the WhatsApp or Telegram are great. They don't recognize it as a tool for communication, neither with students, neither with teachers. Students have their own Facebook groups where they talk about the course subjects, and in our faculty, they won't ask question at the forum to the teachers, they will send an email. That's the pattern. So yeah, forums not also. Some types of files are used more than another, of course. So even students download a lot of PowerPoint presentations, but when you put PDF with the explanation and deeper understanding of the topics which are just bulleted on the PowerPoint, they hardly will open it. Yeah.
Last question, anyone? Okay, so thank you to Professor Diana once again. And we can present the next paper entitled Evaluation of STEAM Methodologies in Undergraduate Applied Mathematics Courses by Professor Milija Kisic, Professor Miroslav Raspopovic-Milic, Professor Nemanja Zdravkovic, and Professor Vladimir Milicevic, all of them from our host institution, Belgrade Metropolitan University. Professor Milija, the floor and the microphone is yours.
Thank you, Nemanja. Okay. Hello everybody, my name is Emilia Kisic and I will present you the paper titled Evaluation of STEAM Methodologies in Undergraduate Applied Mathematics Courses with authors Emilia Kisic, Miroslava Razpopović-Milić, Emil Draković and Vladimir Milicevic, all from Belgrade Metropolitan University, Faculty of Information Technology. Well, introduction first. In recent years, STEAM methodologies became very popular, especially in higher education. They represent some shift from STEM methodologies, which is shortened for science, technology, engineering and mathematics. And with STEAM we have A, that is arts. So that is something that it's a new paradigm in education with the goal to emphasize student curiosity and creativity. So in this paper we had one case study which is part of Erasmus Plus Future Math project. And this study analyzed the implementation of STEAM methodologies in 4 undergraduate courses on 5 pilot lessons, which are related to very complex topics such as calculus topics. We had 2 goals here. First goal was to analyze students' satisfaction with this kind of methodology that is implemented. And our second goal was to show the impact of STEAM approaches in adoption of very complex subjects such as calculus topics on mathematics and non-mathematics classes. So, the main idea was to relate these calculus topics with real-world problems. We noticed that our students have issues, especially first year of study. They cannot relate complex mathematical topics with real-world examples. That is the main issue. So we assumed that this kind of technology, such as STEAM technology, will help them to catch this relation and help them to learn better these complex topics. These methodologies were applied on 4 different courses related to 5 lesson topics. We have big O notation, recurrence relation, elliptic curve cryptography, classification in machine learning, and implementation of numerical integration methods using Java programming language. We had these lessons. They were taught both in classroom and online. And for purpose of this study, we designed a survey, and our students had to complete this survey after we finished teaching. This survey helped us to analyze their satisfaction with content, and we can conclude how they adopted these new technologies. So that was the goal of this research. So we had some typical lesson format. We have a learning objective, there's assumed previous knowledge, we have description of practical problem. That is something that I want to emphasize here, because the whole point was to put practical problem in these lessons. We have student projects, assignments, homework, assessments, self-evaluation with feedback, and so on. Every lesson started with clearly stating the learning outcomes and objectives of the lessons, and they knew what are the expectations from learning of that lessons. We put something that we call interest catcher, that is the point. We wanted to put some problem that will motivate our students and introduce them to with these complex mathematical calculus topics, but related to real-world problems. Of course, STEAM methodology relies on active learning. So through all this process, we have a combination of instructional materials, projects, problems, video assessments, and so on. And about interest catchers. You can see that for each pilot lesson, we had some different interest catcher. For example, for recurrence relations, we had the famous problem towers of Hanoi, so they can connect recurrence with this kind of real-world problem. For big O notation, we had how does one go about analyzing programs to compare how the program behaves as it scales. In classification in machine learning, we had the classification of famous iris data set, but before that we had a strong mathematical constants that were including calculus. With definite integral solving in Java, we had software implementation of integration methods. And with topic elliptic curve cryptography, how can blockchain use less processing power? So these were interesting catchers, and we hoped that the students will be motivated with these real-world problems to relate these complex approaches, and we wanted to help them in learning this mathematics. These pilot course lessons, they were attended by a total of 108 undergraduate students. We had 4 subjects. We have discrete structures with 2 topics, big O notation and recurrence relations. We had introduction to object-oriented programming with lesson definite integrals in Java, blockchain technology and data protection with lesson elliptic curve cryptography, and artificial intelligence with lesson classification in machine learning. One important thing that I want to emphasize here is that we had 2 courses from first and second year, and we had 2 courses for third and fourth year students. Why is this important? Because when they are little, on first year, they don't see the relationship between strong mathematical concepts and real-world applications later. And older students, third and fourth year students, they can see that. They passed through the basic years of studying, and now they can see that relationship. So it is much more difficult to deal with students on first and second year. After we finished our lesson piloting, we asked our students to fill the survey, and our goal was to analyze their satisfaction with this kind of teaching. So our survey had 9 single answer multiple choice questions. For the first 8 questions, we had a Likert scale. We offered answers: I agree, I partially agree, I neither agree nor disagree, I partially disagree, and I disagree. It's a standard scale. And the 9th question was different. It had only 2 offered answers. We had 108 students who attended these pilot lectures, but only 79 students completed the survey. That was our sample for analysis. So we were interested in following issues: how our students are satisfied with this kind of methodology. Can we improve something so our students can easier understand these complex mathematical topics and relate them to real-world problems? And how important is inclusion of various materials like videos, pictures, everything that can anime them. The goal of this whole process was not only to motivate them while they are in the class, we wanted motivation and after class. That is very important thing with, as Miguel said, a learning process. It's not only just grade at the end, we are interested in the whole process. So, we had a survey analysis methodology. We used descriptive statistic, frequency, mean, standard deviation, median to analyze this data. And we used the correlation matrix with Pearson's coefficients and statistical significance in order to analyze the relationship between answers in the survey. Because we had survey with typed answers, we had to scale the answers. So we did that according to Likert scale, so we could have numerical answers. And we did, according to this scale, 5 was I agree, 4 I partially agree, 3 was I neither agree or not agree, 2 I partially disagree, and 1 I disagree. So we've got numerical answers and we could analyze them statistically. The last question was teaching material is available in the form printed or electronic, and we had 2 possible answers. We gave 1 for electronic and 0 for printed. So here are our results. You can see the survey answers for the 5 pilot lessons that we were teaching at the university. So we will go through all the answers. We can conclude that the students were the most, they reacted the most positive with the organization of the lesson. That is the question 1. We can see that 69 students out of 79 totally agreed that the lesson was well organized. Next question was how computer environment helped me to get visual approach of mathematics content. We have 55 students who said they agree among 79. Although we had assignments for them outside the classroom, and they used different software tools for solving them. We had a course like Descriptive chapters, they didn't have to use so many software tools. That is the reason why we have these 8 I neither agree or disagree. Question 3, visualization helped me to acquire knowledge more easily. We can see good results here. They agreed. Teaching contents are interesting. Well, 49 out of 79. Teaching contents are applicable in everyday life. Pretty much same. Teaching contents are applicable in sciences. Pretty much the same. Well, we can explain these numbers. I will go back a few minutes before I said something very important. These answers are related to the problem we have, and that is the students on first and second year. They don't see the connection between theoretical mathematical concepts such as calculus. The calculus is difficult itself, right? And they don't see this connection between learning calculus and real practical problems later. And that's why we got these numbers here. We have, they're quite satisfied with literature, communication with the teacher, they are mainly satisfied, and all this last question is not very much important for analysis because they had all lessons on the LMS, and that is not so important for this analysis. Of course, one thing that is important to emphasize here is literature. We also have a problem with students on the first year. Because they came from high school, they didn't used to learn from books, from serious books. They like to read the lesson, learn the teaching content, but they don't. They're not used to learn from serious books. So we here see some room for improvement. Maybe introducing some cookbooks, as we can say, for them with real-world examples from the first year. So they can relate strong and theoretical mathematical complex with real-world problems. This is survey statistics. It is according to the results on the previous slide. We can see that we have the lowest mean value for question 5 and question 6. And that is related to the problematics connection between theory and practice, and we see that that is something that we have to deal with in the future. And our last result after analysis of survey is this correlation matrix. We use here Pearson's coefficients, and we classify the degree of correlation with low, moderate, and high. Below 0.3 is low, between 0.3 and 0.5 is moderate, and higher than 0.5 is high correlation degree. And we can see that we have the highest correlation between question 5 and question 6. So students who agreed that teaching content is applicable in everyday life is in strong relation with the students who agree that this content is applicable in sciences. We can see that we have a strong correlation between question 1 and question 8. So students that are satisfied with the organization of the lesson, they also have good communication with teacher. So this correlation matrix only confirmed our previous results and gave us some more deep insight, like a low correlation between question 1 and question 5, sorry, where we can see that students who said that teaching content was lesson was good organized, it is not in the relation with application in everyday life and real world problems. So this table only confirmed that we have lack of understanding of relationship between theory and practice, mainly among the students on first and second year of studies. As I mentioned before, later when they are older and get to third and fourth years, they start to complete the puzzle, and then they can see what they learned so far. So we can make some final conclusions. After survey analysis, we can conclude that our students were mainly satisfied with these applied new STEAM methodologies. Of course, one thing that we must emphasize for implementing this kind of technology, teachers must be creative and innovative. They constantly must learn about implementation of these kind of methodologies, and the best thing that we could do is to implement these kind of methodologies from first year, so the students get used to learn with STEAM methodologies from the start. And we can also see that these methodologies help them to adapt better complex mathematical topics. And we motivated them, and I think that they were really interesting with these problem catchers that we put in our lessons. And for some future work, we could extend these pilot lessons, and we could, of course, give this survey to all years of undergraduate studies, and so we could have a bigger sample and more data to analyze, and we could improve survey with more questions, and of course we can say that after we finish all this, we will have some more insight in the whole analysis, and we can make some better conclusions about adoption of STEAM methodologies. And that's all.
Thank you so much, Professor Emilia. Are there any questions? Yeah, yes.
Congratulations for your work. I think you have discovered, or you have found a problem, a gap. That is the one that you said that we are using books that has not real problems, but you have found the problems. Now, can you propose us a kind of solution? Because this is it's really difficult, because probably needs the intervention of the government in order to decide what kind of books to use or not to use, in order to, or what kind of contents to include or not to include. I think I don't know if you have any kind of solution for this issue.
Okay.
but the solution must exist somewhere. Yes, of course. There are professors that are teaching on their courses. They have to be up to date. They have to track the modern literature and what's going on in this technology that is changing from day to day. So they must be up to date, and they must know the good books that correspond to the level of knowledge for their students, and books that could motivate them to learn. So that is one of the solutions, and to propose this as maybe additional literature if it's not planned by we have a planned program and mandatory literature, but that there is also some literature plus that we can recommend to our students. Also, professors can recommend to students some useful web locations with links, blogs, and so on. So there are solutions. I think that very important is that we have diagnosis of the problem. So I think the solution must exist. Of course, courses are different, and every teacher must adjust the solution to its own, of course.
And do you think, are they doing this?
Well, at our university, I think so, yes. we are trying, really. But I think that there is need for more than one iteration, so we can have a conclusion that the solution really worked out. So that's I think we need time. Yeah. As you said, it's a process. It is an apple, not. Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you again.
Thank
Professor
you.
Camilla. We may continue. Our third paper for the session is entitled Prediction of Student Academic Performance Using Machine Learning Algorithms. It's written by Jovan Jovic, Emilija Kisic, Miroslava Raspopović-Milić, Dragan Domazet, and Kavita Chandra. Our presenter is Jovana. The floor is yours.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Jovana Jovic, and today I will talk about prediction of student academic performance using machine learning algorithms. This paper I work in collaboration with Professor Dr. Emilija Kisic, Professor Dr. Miroslava Raspopović-Milić, Professor Dr. Dragan Domazet, and Professor Dr. Kavita Chandra. I will start my presentation with our motivation and objectives for this work, and after that I will explain our methodology and result for make prediction of student academic performance. The usage of different web-based learning systems collect a large amount of educational data, and discovering meaningful information in that data is a very interesting topic for teachers, students, and universities. Maybe some purposes of that discovering maybe to, at early stage of student academic, detect student at risk and help teachers to improve their learning process, but also to help universities to reduce their dropout rates from that. One way of solving that is provided by educational data mining and machine learning, which coupling of their methodologies try to explain how to use these areas in order to predict our student academic performance. Educational data mining deals with discovering patterns in data, and also to try to find methodologies for studying educational data, while machine learning algorithms helps and provides tools for educational data mining purposes. Our objectives for this work is to identify appropriate machine learning classifiers for predicting students' academic performance by using historical data collected at Belgrade Metropolitan University, to conduct comparative analysis of different machine learning algorithms, and to identify a model suitable for predict student success in particular course. For this research, we use comparison of we analyze the different machine learning algorithms, such as logistic regression, linear discriminant analysis, k-nearest neighbor, decision trees, naive bias, and support vector machine. For achieve this objective, we use methodology that consists of 3 stages. First stage includes data collection and integration. Second stage is data pre-processing, and third stage is model building and evaluation. In the next slides, I will try to explain in detail every activities from this stage, because that is a really complex process that on small university collect a large amount of data that is that can be analyzed. And after that, I will explain how we analyze that data and what are conclusions obtained from that analysis. First of all, I will try to explain what kind of data we used for this research. Data was obtained from Faculty of Information Technology at Belgrade Metropolitan University for 4 courses from first year of study. That's object-oriented programming, objects and data abstraction, introduction to information technology, and information technology and systems. It is important to know that this course is at first year of study, and that is very important for our objective to early discover a student in risk. It is important to also note that data were obtained from 5 generations, 5 years, for academic years from our university, and that data was obtained for our 2 basic institutional system, learning management system. We use learning activity management system for collect that data and store that data, and also educational data management system, which is our informational system that collects all of that data. Data sets include 96 records, and that's not only that's not students, because first year of study include 4 courses, and 1 student needs to pass all of that courses for their academics, for their first year of study. After I will explain what kind of data we collect. That's not all of data that our system collects. That's only data which we included in our research. We, for data sets, use high school average grade, test grade, homework grade, project grade, class participation grade, class attendance, number of failed attempts to pass the final exam, and final grade. It is important to say that their courses conclude different numbers of tests, homework, projects, and test projects, text, homework, projects, grade, and different portion of entire final exam. But homework, project, and tests represent 70% of our entire grade, and final grade represent 30% of entire grade. For this data, after collecting that raw data, we use in our second stage, we pre-process that data as that we remove some values that are inconsistent, null values, negative, and values that are not applicable for that kind of data set. And also it is important to know that we normalized our data set by using min-max normalization. That's linear transformation that scales our data in range from 0 to 1. And our normalized data set is input for a third stage of our methodology, model building and evaluation. Final grades are classified into two categories. We used binary classification for this research. Those who passed the course and those who fail it. On the slides you can see number of students that are included in these two categories. Failed category represents students which obtain less than 50% of the final exam, and passed category includes students who successfully passed the exam and achieved 50 or more percentage of final exam score. As I said, our normalized data set is input for next stage, for the final stage of our methodology, and in model building and evaluation stage, normalized data set is divided into data sets, training and tested data sets. Training data sets consist of 80% of received normalized data, and testing sets include 20% of data that we analyzed. In order to find features that are important and correlation between them, we use Pearson's coefficients and calculate them. I will present in the next slide some interesting conclusions based on that correlation. And after feature selection, we applied 6 machine learning algorithms, as I said before, for training that model and validation of that data. We use 10-fold cross-validation approach for choose a classifier for predicting students, for predicting the final exam outcome, and our best results shows support vector machine classifier, and based on that, evaluation of build model was done by using support vector machine classifier. As I said, for feature selection, we calculate Pearson's coefficient, and on this slide you can see a heat map of the relationship with our attributes. It is important to conclude for easily understanding. First of all, for easily understanding our correlation, we divide. Based on degree of correlation, we divide our correlation in 3 groups: low, below 0.3, from 0.3 to 0.5 moderate, and high correlation 0.5 to 1. And as you can see on this picture, tests, projects, class participation grades, number of final exam attempts, and class attendance have a high correlation in homework and final exam score, which can be informative because courses that we included in our data sets has a practical nature. That is courses that are related to programming and informational technology, and include some hands-on problems on the final exam and our activities. Based on that, practical activities like project, test has a great impact on our final exam score. Also, it's interesting to see that class attendance have a high correlation with homework, projects, and number of final exam attempts, because participating in classes definitely helps students in solving homework and make some preparation for projects on the same time. Moderate correlation is shown between class attendance and class participation grade, because class attendance is sometimes when students is attending on our courses, that does not mean that he's active on our courses and he discusses in our courses, and definitely that moderate correlation shows that that activity maybe is very important, because class participation grade is a high correlation, has a high correlation with final exam. Low correlation we can see on a high school average grade with our final exam score, because we have differences in high schools, differences in prior knowledge they have when start our courses, and definitely high school average grades don't have a large impact on our final exam score. After tenfold cross-validation approach, average accuracy of machine learning algorithms shows really good results. But then you can see on box plots and percentage their accuracy. For us, this is important that support vector machine shows the best accuracy, because that is a model that we choose for our evaluation on our testing data sets. SVM on testing after training, we model and test our model on testing data sets by using SVM, and SVM shows 90.3 average accuracy after model evaluation. Additional analysis shows correlation matrix, confusion matrix and precision and recall. And on confusion matrix, you can see that our model not work perfectly, because we have numbers that that are included there. That 14 students that actually failed are classified as students as passed exam, and 19 that that model classifies as failed, but they actually passed our exam. Additional precision for our failed pass category and recall is given in our table, and shows really good results which are interesting for us, and show us that our model definitely can be successful in predicting student academic performance. As I said at some first slides, identification of at-risk students at early stage of student academic life definitely provides us opportunity to improve the entire learning process, as said Miguel and others author, and also to maybe reduce that dropout rate that is really present in our university. In this work, we analyzed 6 different machine learning algorithms. SVM shows the most accurate in classifying that data, but our future work is, for our future work, we plan to analyze additional machine learning algorithms, definitely maybe neural networks, so we talked about that earlier, and also to analyze additional features that we have in our systems, that's time of usage, learning content, maybe participation in forums, and other features that we are not included in that data set. That's for me, thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. Are there any questions? Okay, let's.
Thank you. Very interesting research. Did you have some challenges with data integration since you have 4 different courses? Do that courses have the same assessment model, same activities, or not?
Yes, I forgot to say, these courses have same activity in our in syllabus, but their portion of final grade is different because every professor can conclude how much points will grade every assessment, and to overcome that, we use normalization, we Max Normalization because we need the opportunity to analyze that data in the same manner.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, I would like to know the number of attempts of the course is free. They could choose to do as much as they want.
Yes.
Well, that's nice because it's a way to improve their learning.
But,
it's normal to have so high correlation with the score. As if you do a lot of attempts, it's normal. And I would like to also.
We have I think five regular exam periods in one academic year, but
no, it's not bad, I think.
Yes.
And I would like to know if you can explain what do you understand as class attendance?
Class attendance is measured for weekly attendance in traditional classes. Every week teachers mark student attendance and their classes on our educational.
But it's something that the teachers have to do manually, or is
manually.
Okay, so you don't know if they are there or not.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's the question. Thank you.
Fine, you're present or not present.
Any other questions? Okay, just a quick question for me. You said that there is a small correlation between the average grade and the high school average grade. Have you considered maybe, because we know we have different types of high schools, for instance, technical schools, law schools, gymnasiums, and similar. Have you considered maybe dividing those grades? For instance, if someone comes from a technical school, maybe they have IT-related subjects more or something.
Not for this research, but it is very interesting to analyze. We only, for now, we just have a conclusion that high school average grade not influence final exam grade, but definitely that will be interesting to analyze which kind of high schools maybe affects more final grades.
Okay, thank you. So, last time, no questions. Okay, thank you all again.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the chance to be with you remotely. I am really sad that I could not join this excellent conference in person, but I'm grateful to the organizers that they give me the chance to present you a study which was initiated a couple of years ago on behalf of two funding organizations. One was European Commission funding for creating small and medium enterprises rooted at the universities. And the other funding organization was in Bulgaria, so-called National Fund, which wanted to understand a problem, which I will show you just in a minute, which was related with the fact that the spin-offs created at the universities were very limited in their lifetime. So the current state of the art, which was typical not only for the university, Sofia University in Sofia, but for many universities, was that the students have a vast amount of learning options to choose from, and which means that some of those students would be very happy to choose a learning option which is coming from the practice. This means that they jump into the option which universities, specifically research universities, offer to them, namely to create high technology spin-off. So it is a complicated situation. I would like to explain just using this slide a little bit more. So on one side, we at the university would like to preserve students to learn better, deeper, and to become very good professionals, specifically in physics, mathematics, and informatics. On the other side, the market is offering very highly paid opportunities for the students, specifically from these three disciplines, to go either to work for software companies or developing research centers, or, as we decided at the university management, they could be offered our own spin-off, our own means spin-off, which was created by the university. However, when we discussed that at the management level, we discovered that a common problem is that most of the university spin-offs are short-living. The definition of short-living is that they decay before a useful product for the society is delivered. I said in the very beginning that the viewpoint of this research was the viewpoint of funding organizations. So they did not want to fund a spin-off which would last 2.5 up to 3 years and then decay, because this means that the money which were transferred to the university and to the spin-off were lost. So understanding the problem was really the starting point of the study. I said 2.5, but it is already 3.5 years ago. And one of the findings was that the unstable relationship between the spin-offs and parent institutions, in this case the university, means that this unstable relationship induces the decay of the spin-off. So then this specific very short presentation for the conference aims at opening a platform for discussion of these research questions which we used for generating the output I would like to present to your attention. So the research question, the first one, was what are the factors that affect creation? And then what are the factors that influence the survival of the academic spin-offs? So I said already that one of the reasons, one of the factors that affect creation was the fight for students, fight in a good way, that we would like to preserve them, to make them good professionals, having the chance in the future to work in various fields based on high technology disciplines like physics, mathematics, and informatics. So the observations for these 3.5 years were over 100 companies. These companies were actually a sample for us to study how their relationship with the mother-father institution, university, was influencing their own development. So the parent university positively influenced the spin-offs, so-called academic spin-offs, by helping the spin-off to attract good students. You see, this complicated process means that in the summertime, when we let the students work for any company for their own personal income, it is very beneficial for the university to send them to the spin-off company because it has a shared ownership of the university and the spin-off initiators. So this is a general finding actually in the very beginning of the study, that most of the university spin-offs were concentrated in biotechnology and information technology. But my talk today is specifically for information technology software companies, because actually I belong to these two faculties, Faculty of Physics and Faculty of Mathematics and Informatics. So we have a direct observations coming from information technology industries. So although in principle, if you look the lifetime and the income of academic and industrial spin-offs, they look the same. But they look the same only from the point of view of documentation and the income. The main difference is, however, that academic spin-offs have a permanent flow of humans to the spin-offs because the students from different courses are joining and of course then leaving such kind of spin-off. Then, because it was difficult for us to invest in time, we talked to Carroll Knowledge Foundation, which is close to our university, to study specifically what is the attitude all over the country about students, university professors, university managers to really create and help the creation of spin-offs which are owned by the university, at least partially. So this survey, which Carroll Knowledge Foundation made for us, was based on 321 representatives of the academic community from 20 higher schools and institutes throughout Bulgaria. So this is the distribution here on the slide. 40% of the participants were students who answered the questions. 23% were those which were at the level of PhD with doctoral degree, and 15% were PhD students. So this, the rest of the percentage, which is not so big, were associate professors, and other representatives of the academia. I should confess here that in principle, the professors were not very happy to be involved in such kind of survey, which was held by an external foundation, just because of the GDPR. But then we had a very special contract how to protect the GDPR and personal data of all participants. And as you can see now, there are only numbers, not personal information. So the very first result, which was 2 years ago, most of the 75% of the respondents said that they are thinking positively to establish spin-offs, such kind of small company within the university they work. But that's very interesting in analyzing these specific answers, because 75% said yes, we are interested. But the most important thing was that 92% of respondents in a separate block which was given to them said they were considering in one way or another to establish their own business. This means they were not thinking in the very beginning to be part of a spin-off created by the university. This year, it is much higher interest, which is detected when the people were asked by the same company. But it is important now to note that all respondents were only PhD students and young scientists. So in this year's study, the foundation, without agreement of the management of university, decided to exclude the professors, because this means that we limit the number of the influencing factors over the process of creation of such kind of companies. However, there is something which should be noted, that interest is high, but in practice, the real number of established spin-offs is low. So we sit down at the ministry and the funding organization to look what is the reason for this high-level enthusiasm to establish, to create spin-off, and finally the result is low. And we discovered that in this country, in Bulgaria, there is a specific rule in the law that the university cannot own more than 5% of the shares. So this means that creating spin-off gives back the university only 5% of the provisional income, which actually was triggered a very hot discussion at the level of ministry, funding institution in Bulgaria. And now we are working to change really this percentage, because this is one obstacle which is obvious. I mean, the university has no practical interest to create a real spin-off. There is theoretical interest, and there are hundreds of papers written with the co-authorship of my colleagues how good it would be if we establish such kind of spin-offs. So we studied all barriers which prevent the creation of academic spin-offs. I already said something which is not written in this slide, this 5% shareholding, because it is very specific. And this slide, which is the barriers, they are very general. They are not country dependent. All countries which would like to stimulate the creation of academic spin-offs observe such kind of barriers. Usually, one of the things which is very important is the wide gap between the knowledge production and the practical development of and implementation of this knowledge production. So then lacking research income from industry is a result of the first one. So the activity of technology transfer is low. And in fact, there is another thing which is typical for the universities. This is the difference in metrics. The university excellence is measured by scientific publications, while all the companies are measured by their income. So, of course, there is gender, age, and faculty influence, which prevents or stimulates the academic spin-off generation. And then we have found something which is changeable. This is lack of awards for research. Status and prizes are awarded only to holders of knowledge. So if I generate something new, like artificial intelligence algorithm, I could get a prize, but the company using this code is not getting any specific prize or acknowledgement. So all these barriers can be overcome. It takes time. So specifically, the gap between the knowledge and the industrial development can be closed by incorporating the culture of sharing. So another thing is that instead of money from industry, one could attract money from the European grants on some in external financial companies. So there is something which I would like to show you, that at the University of Sofia, we started to financially support PhD students who share openly their research data, which makes them potential creators of spin-offs. How it will work, I am not ready to report now because it is very new. Probably in 2 years, it will be known how it will work. So there is something which is important for all universities in our region, I mean Balkans, because this specific item, which is the location and ranking of the university, is a factor which should be carefully considered before jumping in this game to create a spin-off. I was pleased to see that in Belgrade, you have highly ranking universities, and they could be considered very positively, let's say, by the European Commission when this university apply for funding for creating such kind of spin-offs as a subsidy to their own money they are ready to invest. So, because the title was how artificial intelligence can help in this extremely complicated process, actually, because you notice that there are many factors they influence in different level one and the same process, and the process is how to establish a long living spin-off created at the university. So here the artificial intelligence is helping in analyzing huge amount of data collected all over the different places, which different places, I mean, not only in Balkans, even we collected data from Argentina or Brazil, anonymous, of course, not with the names, just to see the only information we extracted was the number of the years the spin-off survived before decay, only from information technology sector. The data were collected, and of course the location of the university and its ranking. And 3 more, 10 parameters were used in this data selection, and we got a lot of information which was not possible to be analyzed by a single person, and we send it to an algorithm to look at it. So before artificial intelligence was used only on the basis of neural networks, but currently we use artificial intelligence in this new trend, which is actually so-called artificial intelligence in business analytics, which is a sort of a convergence of high-performance computing with artificial intelligence, big data, and the cloud, of course. So this is a driver which is used by business companies to analyze their own problems, which is different from our problem, which is that the short lifetime. So as a final stage of my talk is this slide, which is positive as message, meaning that the lifetime of the academic spin-offs can be increased if what we have discovered with this huge database, if we have dynamically analysis of the labor and the trade market. So what does it mean? This means that you just connect your artificial algorithm to the non-stop generating information about the status of the spin-offs, their income, their lifetime, and the number of the people involved in the work. So, and then there is something which is outside the algorithm. This is the human factor. And the human factor is that the spin-off would survive longer if those who created it have a very positive partnership with the rector of the university. The reason is this human flow to the spin-off. This means that this is at the level of manager decision, how many students would be led, stimulated to join spin-offs. And then to be ready, this last chapter, to be ready, I mean, the rector or director of the university should be ready to cover the patents which are needed for the high technology spin-off to develop rapidly in the very first stage. So thank you for your attention. I know this research is a bit outside of what you have presented up to now. I learned a lot from your talks, but I really wanted to share something which is important for all of us living in this corner, which I love. These are the Balkans. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Kukova. So the first question is, you said that you had 100 companies that are spin-offs. So are those all 100 companies spin-offs of the Sofia University? And what was the time frame of that 100 companies that were founded?
80 companies were generated as a result of the University of Sofia support, and 20 were generated by the Technical University of Sofia, who were our partners in this study. So we looked at companies which were created 5 years ago. So this is, and of course, this is a short time, but we have found that many of those did not exist already. I mean, we started with 180 plus 20, and we had only 15% of still existing companies which were established 5 years ago. So this was actually, you can say that the sample is small and very specific. It could be that there are some other university with much better output, but this is the fact. This is what we had to look at.
Okay, and the other question is, are the professors or researchers somehow at this point encouraged to start companies of their own?
Well, this is something, thank you for this question, because I did not elaborate on that. In these companies, I would say that only, not to say, I know I see it, it's 8% of the companies were still involving the professors as a working hands at these companies. And this is another message which is my personal observation, that if the professors are still working for the company is much better performing. And the reason, in my view, is that the professors help very much in attracting funds from places like National Funding Institute or European grant system. But I might be wrong. We are still looking at different factors, but this is the very first observation. So more professors, longer lifetime.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, just a quick one from me. What about, you said this was mostly about spin-offs, but what about this last point that you said about patents and so on? Universities usually have or tend to implement technology transfer offices. Is there something similar here, and is it connected to the spin-offs and the low percentages of?
Actually, they are very much connected, but I look at the TTO, the Transfer Technology Office, as a promoter and helper to this process, not as an entity which is helping for increasing the lifetime. Somehow, at least what I've seen is that TTOs are happy when they promote something and help. And usually they, at least in our case, at Sofia University and Technical University in Sofia, they do not analyze what is going on after the establishment. And that's the reason that I said that one of the things is the money needed for paying patents, which are outside the university. This is the most expensive part of this game. If you have a patent and I would like to buy it, I need specific money because it might happen that your patent is much better for my needs. I mean, then we should have the money to pay you for this patent and then to negotiate about the future, how to share the income. So this is something which is not very well appreciated by many rectors because it's really expensive. But in my view, this is a very good strategy to invest your money in such kind of already existing good patents.
Okay, thank you so much. So if there are no other questions, we can conclude this first session of today's two sessions. So we will have a lunch break, and afterwards we will have the round table, and we will continue with session 2. I would like to thank you again for joining us at this first session at the e-learning conference 2022.
Thank you very much. So I do believe that streaming will be working.
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much.
Watching the stream.
The first thing to start with, what do you see? I think we all see a lot of challenges, but let's start with the positives. What do you see as an opportunity in using the learning analytics and data, big data in education, as far as the higher education institution? So maybe just to start with the conversation and then later on let the audience ask questions. So the focus is challenges and opportunities, but maybe to start off with the positives. So I don't know if should we go with the ladies first or ladies second? I don't know. Diana. Well, I'm sorry. I probably should have started with, because we all presented, so I guess everybody knows. But our panelists, our discussion tables are Professor Dragan Domazet from the Metropolitan University, Diana Oreški, you met her also earlier from University of Zagreb, and Miguel Conde from the University of Leon. Sorry, I should have started on with that. So Diana.
Thank you. I think we can look at the benefits from three perspectives. From the perspective of students, from the perspective of teachers, and perspective of management of institutions. So, learning analytics in education, big data in education can provide various answers for students. For instance, students can see their learning paths, can see what are their achievements regarding to others, and I think that big data can help them to optimize the process of their learning and teaching. At the level of teachers, there are various benefits, such as teachers can see for instance, which of their resources are used, how their students learn, and based on that, they also can optimize their learning and teaching process and approach to the students. At the management level, I think that data-driven decision-making is future, and optimization of the study programs can benefit from the usage of big data and analytics in education.
Thank you. Maybe challenges as well to be addressed. Miguel, do you want to? I mean, you can add to opportunities as well, but
I think it has covered most of the opportunities that we have. In fact, that was the idea of learning analytics, to help those kind of collectives, teachers, students, and institutions, in order to improve learning processes, and of course, in case of the institutions, to have a revenue, because it's a normal thing. We have a lot of challenges. First of all, we need to understand what learning analytics is. We need to understand what is improved learning. I have been talking about improved learning, and probably we are not sure about it. Is it to have better grades? I don't know. Probably it's more related with something that used to discuss the professor. It's personalization. Would be probably the opportunity to personalize learning and to give each person which really needs. But challenges, we have a lot. The first probably also is to know how to use learning analytics. Because it's difficult. For instance, Diana has presented a lot of algorithms and things and possibilities, but you probably need, as I commented before, a data scientist at your side telling you, okay, maybe we can try this and try this and try this. Let's see what happens with this and this. So we need to understand it. And another important thing is that we need that the institution understood this. There are several projects related with learning analytics and institutional policies, such as LILA or such as SEILA project that has been carried out at the European Union and Latin America. And the feeling is that not many or not most of the institution has a learning analytic policy. In fact, at my university, we have not a learning analytic policy. We have initiatives, we have approaches, but probably the idea would be, if they know what is it, if they know the benefits that a learning analytic approach, but an institutional approach can provide us, probably more money was going to be devoted, more training was going to be provided to the teachers, and probably even to the students, because it's really interesting to have this idea. So I think that challenges, we have a lot, and probably another thing is that we are in contexts that are continuously changing, and we have not a fixed structure. How can we deal with a subject that is taught in some way, and probably what we are going to do is not going to be able to be valid to another? I think that the technology should provide us with insights or ideas of what is happening, and later, with the help of data scientists, with the help of pedagogues, or whatever you need, we can understand the best actions to make or to carry out in a specific moment, at a specific moment. So I think that we have an open field still regarding to these topics.
Thank you, Miguel. Maybe question to Professor Domazet here, because he, as one of the institutional leaders among the three of you, since you really well mentioned the challenges that comes from the leaders of higher education institution, how do we as a community then go about convincing the management, the leaders of higher education institutions, that learning analytics is important and that we need the policies to really speed these things up, and not just looking from the angle of Metropolitan, but in general?
Well, the question is not for me because I'm very committed.
I know. That's why I had the last part, not only from Metropolitan.
This personalization research issue probably 10 years ago and more, and this agenda has two phases, I mean 2 parts. One is education data analysis in order to create student models at the group level or individual level. And the second is decision making, how to pack teaching material, personalized teaching material. As decision must be made, we plan to use some kind of expert systems integrated with the results of data analytics. So I see this as two sides of the same coins. And we have 2 PhD students that are collaborating on this issue. It's not easy to do that. So this is the way how I look at the data analytics. Data analytics should not be the goal. It's just a way to make decisions. But if you don't know how to decide, you don't have a mechanism for decisions, then it's useless. So in the personalization issue, we have the vision how to do that. But it's not enough. Of course, there are many other measures that we have to settle to this. And one of the challenges, I would say, as it's already mentioned, instability of human resources, mobility. For instance, in the last 30 days, we lost 6 students working on our research and development project on information systems, on these e-learning tools and so on. They just go to companies, and you cannot keep them. That's the problem. It's the same with the lecturers, with teachers. Especially in the area of IT, there is a high demand, and foreign and also local companies in IT are offering much better conditions for that. And it's really very difficult to keep resources, human resources that are very rare. So I'm very grateful to those who stay with us, because they must really have high motivation to do research and to love education and work with people. But what we can afford to pay, that's all what we can. But the problem is the public policy. The same problem is for state universities. For instance, they all face the same problem, lack of IT resources, teachers, teaching assistants, and so on. When I talked to the Minister of Education, I proposed a very simple solution. Make a special measure. Let's select 100 IT professors, the best 130, and the government should send them 1,000 euro directly to their account, plus our salaries. It will reduce the problem, at least to keep these people. Similarly, with teaching assistants, I said, okay, how? 500 euros is additional. Wow, but how it is? Altogether, it's less than 10 million euros. And you spend a lot. They spend few hundred millions on lost cases in different kind of courts. They lose money a lot, but they're reluctant to pay 10 million euros for such measure. Also, there are no support for private universities, specific to us. So, regardless that we produce what the market is asking and what they are, all our professors or students can get very good jobs, we don't get any kind of support. So these are real challenges, and especially some policy measure that I just discussed a while ago. Without changing, for instance, accreditation rules and some rule books, they just say, okay, now you have to triple the number of professors, especially in the IT area that they know that we cannot find so easily. And they give us 1 month period to solve the problem, and such sort of things. So all the time you're fighting with your own government, with your own environment, but I think the core problem are real problems, especially those who are working in public universities. They protect their monopoly. They have very lax conditions. When we went in Brighton, we learned that UK professor can teach up to 15 hours a week. Here, 6 hours only. And if you have online, the same course online, 50% below this increase, so you have to have only 4 hours a week. So it's very easy job. They don't want to share the amount of money that they think it's ours. They say, well, it's also ours because we pay taxes, and parents of our students pay taxes, but they don't get any support, so on. So I can talk to you hours and hours about the challenges, so I don't want to talk, it's really boring. But we need a new policy, new reform. Competition must be everywhere, but in real equal conditions. We cannot compete if you have always advantages because of different criteria that are specially made for special things. So without competition, without a democracy, it's very difficult to create a society that will be innovative, driven, that will be competitive at the international level, and efficient, and so on. They all talk about these are goals, but when you analyze what is really happening, you see that we are very far from that. So you cannot even, when I talk to people, managers from the company, if they want to get any contract with the government, they say at least 20 to 30% we have to add on top of that in order to corrupt everybody. You cannot prove it. Nobody will sign that here except the money. So, and officials are reluctant to do that because there are so many such cases. So corrupted society cannot be prosperous. So everything, again, the solution is democracy, competition, and real values. What we have now, we are far from that. And so education is just a small part of it. They all say that's very important, but these are only for campaign, political campaign, but in reality nothing changed. Even then, sometimes give very important positions in the government those who are not knowledgeable enough to do these jobs, just politically. And when you have decision makers who are not competent to understand this, And so those of us who are in this business, I am already more than 50 years in higher education. I got my first contract in 1971 as a teaching assistant. But still I'm active professor. So probably I'm one of the oldest active professor in Serbia, but I'm unfortunately pretty pessimistic in such an environment. Something must happen in order to change this. But it doesn't mean that we fight. We fight already 16 years, and we fight next 16 years, and we will survive. Because as much as we have pressure, we are stronger and stronger. So that's why we are open for international cooperation in order to collaborate all together and provide added value to our partners. The good thing is that we are a small university, and we don't want to enter in other areas, but only those that we have. Now, when we are forced to have more professors, we open the same programs in Niš, in our second campus. So we are even stronger now than a year ago, because they forced us to be stronger, but not to spare our resources on different new programs and such sort of things. So now we are more ready for real research because we have more researchers. So we use each opportunity to be stronger, not weaker. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor. So really the conclusion here is that we need another policy and competition to really push us in the direction that we want. Which kind of brings me to the question, we don't have the policy that we want, how to include the learning analytics, but we have the policy that restrains us from using the learning analytics with the privacy of data and anonymization of the data. And it seems that with each institution and with each year, these policies get tougher and harder. You know, we did mention here and there that in order to do research, we cannot always comply with these policies. So how do we do it now, and how can we do it in the future for this learning analytics really to make sense? So if we cannot collect data, or we can, but we don't know what we're collecting, how do we deal with the increasing policies that are actually not necessarily supporting learning analytics as a field? Anyone?
When the professor Thomas was talking, I was thinking, if we have thought at any moment, and it's related with this, how much important is learning analytics for the government? Because all of them say, we would like a good education, we would like to improve education, the government, we would like to employ this money. I don't know how it works here, but in Spain, we have not specific lines related with learning analytics. That would be a solution to improve learning. At the European level, you can carry out a project related with learning analytics in an Erasmus Plus context, but no more, because, for instance, there are several research lines that should be, I don't know, smart cities, green economy, and other things that you say, okay, but we need to educate our people, and we need to improve our education. And the problem is that instead of giving us the training, giving us the money, giving us the technology or the support, they are giving us constraints in order to access to data and in order to manage or to try to improve the learning. It's a kind of barrier that, and why is this? Probably it's because they don't understand. Because it's very beautiful to see some kind of politicians talking about, we are going to prepare our future workers as. Are you really thinking, well, hearing politicians is very difficult, but are you really thinking that you are going to do something without taking into account the institutions, the teachers, the students, we have providing with the ways to do this? I think if we have these kind of policies, probably they are necessary if we are going to use the data for other, I don't know, for other things. For instance, if you have the data of the students and you say, okay, have these students and this is good and this is good and this is good, and I'm going to go to a company and say, okay, look at this, these are good. Maybe they can say, okay, that's bad. But if the only thing you need is to know what the students are doing and to be able to compare what you are doing with others in order to see, to look for the best patterns, to later improve your learning and improve your institutional processes, why not to do it? I think it's, I know the phrase in Spanish but not in English, it's something that cannot have a solution, the proper solution. Probably the thing is, it is necessary that the people in charge of this kind of governments or ministries or whatever knows really what learning analytics can provide them and the difficulties that we have because of these things. The only moment that I have seen a real funding call related with learning analytics was after COVID. That exceptional call that was related with Erasmus Plus related to this. Before of that, and why not? Because probably it's not cool. I don't know, or it's not the trending topic on research. I don't know. Probably we need to be more worried about how to prepare our future workers and less about how to be politically correct and be comfortable with our situation and comfortable for our people that is voting us. It should not be something like this, but I think it's a difficult question.
It is, but it seems that, Professor Damas and NIU as well, Miguel, are leaning towards, we need policies at the country level, which we know it's hard to really achieve and address, especially with the community as small as learning analytics. But what about the leaders on the universities? Why should we expect to go as high as the country or the European Union or whatever, Europe, let's say, in general, if the universities at the first level or the faculties are not necessarily yet supporting this? Some are, but as we see, a very small number. So do you all think that it should start from the top down or somewhere in the middle and go in both directions? Is this something where it should be addressed or no?
I don't know. I probably, in Spain, that is a context that I know more or less. I have contact with several people that is in charge of some of the universities, and they used to talk. And they used to talk about learning analytics as a part in a remote report related with how they are going to adapt the campuses and the teachers to the new necessities related with technology and new educational ways. But not so sure. I know some of them personally, and I have discussed this with them, and they told me, no, we are including them, and we are going to do this and this and this. But for others, I think it's not so much. In Spain, we have some kind of rectors have some kind of independence related with the government in the case of how to proceed and how to learn. But probably laws such as the ones related with ethics or with data access cannot be avoided or cannot be, well, I think I would like to say avoided in this case, because they are of a higher level. So if the rectors are not able to find these people in charge, ministries or whoever is going to make the decision, it is not possible, and sometimes the cost of some political decisions is not affordable for some of them. I don't know if it's the same in all places. I comment in our situation. I have not been there, but I know rectors that are dealing with this topic and with this situation.
Well, that's encouraging, that it's not really an idle, there's a motion.
Yeah, they have the idea, they have the sense of, okay, we are going to do. But when you begin to talk with them about the problems that they can find, such as the ones related with the policies, the movement is not so straight. It's more so, okay, maybe we need to look for a way, and you say, okay, he's not telling me nothing, and
it's not a no, but it's not a yes.
Yes.
Thank you. And Diana, we heard Serbia, we heard Spain. What is the situation in Croatia?
For instance, at my faculty, we have a team which is strong in the learning analytics field. Learning analytics is part of all our strategic documents, and we have all the support for the management board. But I think that our teachers are unmotivated to do anything they don't have to do. For instance, we have various workshops, how to use Moodle, what are the advanced options of Moodle, which data Moodle provides us, how can we use that data, and management board organized workshops for the teachers to educate us, but there were so low rate of interest. So do I have to do that? What are consequences if I don't come? So I think that's also the problem. Very unmotivated. Okay, we can have policies, but someone will have to implement something revision there. So that's another level of the problem. And also, our last Minister of Science in Croatia was professor for our faculty, Professor Livjak, and she's very open to new technologies. And various projects were initiated regarding to new technologies in primary school, in secondary schools, and the same problem was with teachers. So we have developed some great materials, teaching scenarios for teachers, digital educational content for students. But when we take a look at the statistics, did they use that? The numbers were horrible. So low number of teachers and students did use that materials. Yeah.
So is this resistance to change that are coming from the teachers something that you identified prior to this pandemic and aggressive online migration, or during the online migration?
Actually, we have started with our schools project before the COVID, and we have did the service in the pilot of, I don't know, about 200 schools in Croatia, and there was it was identified very low level of interest among the teachers, but also our digital maturity of schools on the whole was at very low level. So one of the ways to try to get the better numbers was by developing good materials for students and teachers, but they weren't motivated at the end.
Thank you for your answer. I think this is very interesting because if you remember in our research that we had for Ileta, one of the key issues was that the teachers were not digitally equipped and trained, and now hearing for programs such as this where the training was offered, so this could be another reason for the such existent low motivation which led to this.
I think that can be solved as he said, with money.
Yeah.
If you try to pay more your teachers, if they are more prepared, they are going to be eager to do this kind of training.
Yeah, we've seen this too in other projects. You raised the motivation, Professor Thomas, if you have something
You took my answer to this question, internal motivation. Just make a sophisticated payment system. We implemented probably 10 years ago to link the quality of teaching material with the level of salary. And there are 21 criteria to assess the quality of teaching materials. Every year we have internal review of this. And when we introduced this system, the quality of teaching material started to rise because they were motivated. They want to learn what is the problem, because we were very strict. If you don't follow very strict rules and standards, you're punished, reducing the salary related to the teaching material. So this is the internal problems that is solvable. So I think that requires that the university has at university level solutions. For us, it's easy because we are small universities, they're privately owned, and so there is not much democracy in this. But in public university, everybody is the president of university, and everybody has his own policy and so on, so it's very difficult to make any kind of consensus. Deans are just changeable, elected by their colleagues, so it's practically they cannot change the system that they're used to that, and they are just not, there is no driver for changes. So this is the answer related to this internal, but to have a really situation that we can change something, that we have to have clear vision at the management level and to try to implement this as much as possible. And we have to have this vision and strategy how to implement it. It's not easy, of course, but we have to have priorities, focus. You cannot do everything, but you must focus what is the priority for your organization, for your staff, and that convince people in any way, regardless whether you force them. It's better not to force them, but they really accept it. So always you have to try to satisfy people and to have a different way of doing this, like with the salary system, with promotions and so on. But this is the way how we can do. Otherwise, I don't know. But again, I think also real competition will force everybody to compete. But that's why we have opponents for real market competition. I have been in a team that was created Serbia's education strategy from 2010 to 2020. I was in charge for higher education because the team and the strategy covered all kinds of education, from kindergarten to life cycle education. And we identified these problems. People are fighting for their position, their monopolies, and it's very difficult to break it. So these are external situations. If, for instance, if I would be Minister of Education, I would change everything within 12 months, just changing payment system. And every institution will reform itself according to the rules. Because you change the rules, you change the money issue, everybody will optimize it. Because each organization knows the best, what is the best for them. Give them the power, give them the conditions. You will, if you save money, I will pay you. For instance, one way, why instead of having these grants, just make scholarships and give to this education revenue as we have from scholarships. And they can decide about the number of people, the number of administrative staff, and technical staff. Because in our public school, I think at least 30% of people have nothing to do. So reorganize this. And metrics should be in learning and education, not like that per head and so on. So it's not an efficient system. And everybody is just asking more staff, more people, more money and so on. It's not normal. So you must have a system that each organization should be optimized by themselves. But you have to create the environment, incentives over that, and that means that the top management in the country, that is the government, must have a clear vision and what they really want. But usually they don't want it. They want just to have control of people. So if it depends on the will of political leaders, that's what they want. If you're independent, whether you run your company or you run anything, then for them it's the problem. They cannot control you. And politicians want to control it, at least in this area of Europe. And that's why we are constrained and nothing will change because of that, and without this competition, we cannot realize all this ideas. So, unfortunately, politics is everywhere. we cannot neglect it. That's it.
Thank you. To try to move away from politics for a second, most of the presentations today that we saw were mainly dealing with, let's say, post-analysis, post-collection of the data analysis. My question to the three of you is, how accurate do you think these algorithms are or would be in real time? From your experience, from other researchers, it doesn't matter. Because it seems that we are testing post-collection, and could this be one of the reasons why the learning analytics is not as implemented as we would like? So we address the policies, the governments, and this is okay. But what is up to us as the researchers or developers, however we want to put it, it doesn't seem that we're with enough of the proper tools to do this in real time. So we can try to predict with our algorithms, neural networks, SVMs, whatever we want, once we have the data collected 6 months from now, but that just ends on the research. So what is your point of view in this? It seems that not necessarily that we are avoiding this in real time, but are we ready to do this in real time? And maybe this could be one of the evidences we need to push learning analytics forward to the policies, to the management, to the leaders, whatever it is. I know you're dealing with some of the dashboards, and it seems almost like one of those spin-offs that are being hidden far away that nobody sees.
I have been working with real data, real moment, but it's data that I think at that moment it's very important to know the metrics and to know that these metrics are going to work. I think that the thing probably with machine learning is that it's quite new. Analysis shouldn't be performed and maintained and train networks in order to look for real predictions. And probably for that you need a lot of post-data. So that's one of the reasons, but probably. And the other reason I think for me is really important is, okay, I have a dashboard, but I need a team to understand what dashboard is providing me. I cannot be, well, I can be trained on some things, but what is more for me is more important is to have people with you that could tell you, okay, maybe look this variable, look this other one, or why not to consider interactions during these days? Why is important this topic? Why not? You can make decisions on you can make active decisions. I have done it with some tools, and sometimes it goes well, and sometimes I don't used to tell the bad cases, but there are also bad cases. But what I mean is, okay, probably I have not the knowledge to control of this. And when you have all the knowledge, probably you don't have the dashboard or you don't have the tools, or let you have no access to the information. So we are going again to the same thing. But I think something very important is to have the proper training and to have the proper team of persons working with you in order to be able to make these direct decisions. Because if not, it is interesting, you can do a post-study about, okay, this is what has happened, someone is going to help you, but you don't need them at that moment. What I mean is, okay, I need to look at the dashboard, but I need to look it now, and I need a person here with me to explain me this. I need a data scientist, I need someone to explain, or maybe not to explain, but to make me understand what is happening. And later I need to make the decisions, but I need to understand what is happening. So it's not easy to have these two things together, I think.
Thank you.
I couldn't agree more with everything said. I think I don't have experience with real-time analysis, but I do believe in machine learning algorithms. They can handle lots of things. But I also think that the crucial is the interdisciplinarity in the team, interpretation of the models, and that's the crucial. Every team should have on one side data engineer from the beginning, at the end someone who really understands the domain, the education process, and who can give explanations. Yeah. That's the crucial also.
Well, I must admit that I have no personal experience with machine learning. My area was expert system 30 years ago and knowledge-based system. So I now learn machine learning, how to integrate these two areas of artificial intelligence. But my assumption is that one of the preconditions is that you have exact data. And as I know, at least for most of private universities, they hide some data and they manipulate with data. So how you can motivate them, they use and process them, and to base on that. Secondly, you can do it if you are really fighting to achieve quality. But most of these universities, but also public university, they are driven by numbers and income, and they're not interested to have high quality, but to have more and more students in order to have more and more money for their salaries. So they adopted policy, easy studies, and then not make much difficulties to students in order to not to fail years by year and so on, including public universities, some public universities, I would say. So if this is the policy, if your goal is different, why should you spend the resources to do such very difficult research and development in order to increase the quality with using personalization, for instance, or to make better decisions based on analysis and so on? The criteria is different. So this is and the third thing that I would say that I forgot to tell a while ago. I'm not a lawyer, but I think for internal purposes, if you offer to new students when they register to sign an agreement that we can use their personal data for internal purposes to increase the quality of education, such as personalization, for instance, I think we should not break the law. We cannot publish publicly the names and so on, but we have to have names for internal purposes. So this is this. A few years ago I tried to put sensors to each classroom so that each student, when he enters, he has to put his finger. But the lawyer told me, no, you cannot do it. It's his personal data. Yes, but even the name is personal data. So what's that? If I ask any documents, it's personal documents. So it's an exaggeration of the idea of protection of data. We have to know who is here. And it's stupid that now in 21st century we read the list and see who is here, especially when the group is large. So it's much better to have something just like that. It's not a card, it's not good because I can borrow a card from others, but the finger is finger. But even that is not allowed. So obviously we have to find with lawyers an agreement that if you want to study here, these are preconditions for us. Everything will be within the organization, and this is not for anything else but to provide you better quality. So no politician should be against that, and everything will be by law. So probably we should think about this, how to overcome. Fortunately, Serbia is not so developed in freedom protection and data protection.
Fortunately.
Not in this case. So we don't face yet such problems, but very soon we will face as well, because these students learn about their right. So it's better that we have something like that. So I'm not a lawyer, but probably this could be a solution that become probably such problems that you talked about.
We have that consent also.
Yeah.
Yes.
So does it work? Does it work?
We have the consent, but they can retrieve, they can withdraw the consent, and depending on the way in which you, were going to use the data, you could have some problems. I have never had problems because the students know what is going to happen, and when they, as you say, when they do the enrollment, there is a specific clause that said your data is going to be used for this and this and this. But when EU GDPR begins to work, I think that I'm not completely sure that that kind of consent is legal with the current situation.
It's two sides agrees about these obligations. So I don't see how any law can force us that we don't do something that we agree with, especially within an organization. So it's abuse of any law that you forbid people to work as they what is interested for. So I don't know, I'm not the lawyer, fortunately. I'm from the lawyer family, but that's why I didn't go to study law, because I know these stupid things. But we have to fight about this, because sometimes data protection can really prevent us to do many other things. For instance, we paid to a court because they asked us, a lawyer from Novi Sad asked us to publish all salaries on our site. This is protected data. I refused, but I had to pay the fee. Because those who wrote this rule, they forget that we are not a public organization. We don't get any money from the budget, public sources. And I know this Minister Kudola, I talked to them, oh, I forgot that, but yes, 100 organizations are now on court because of that. Because they are lawyers, they have nothing to do but just look some places in laws to get some additional money. So we paid in order to protect the data of our professors and staff. But these are really stupid things. Even the judge said, I don't know what to do. Obviously this guy is misusing this law, but the law was bad, and that's the problem.
I have to admit now, instead of seeing students with cards, I can see students with fingers printed from the 3D printers. With this. So we started a lot of difficult issues. So of course, everything is an open-ended discussion, but I would like to open the floor for questions from you guys.
Thank you. Well, my question is related to challenge and opportunity. When in some companies they have data scientist teams, and the purpose of these teams is improvement of generally companies' profit or something else. So they hire data science teams to analyze data, and after the analysis, they make conclusions, or as Miguel said, make decisions, and after those decisions, those companies, they have improvement in profit, or I don't know. Well, in the scope of our story, and Miroslav had a really good question, is what can we do with our data? Can we so far did analysis on historical data sets, but can we apply that in real time and really make some improvements in a sense of personalization of learning? That would be improvement in the scope of our company, and that is university, quality of education, and also maybe something like churn detection or dropout detection, so that could also be improvement. But what can we do for such a good results? How can we take maximum of our data? Because data are, we have data from our learning system, data are, as we collected them, we cannot improve the data. That is what we have. We cannot have the accuracy of the model 100% in prediction if data are not good enough or are not related enough. So the question is, how can we take the maximum of our data and really use this whole learning analytics story to improve something about education and how system works inside the university? Longer question, but
well, I know for us, for this personalization, my ultimate goal, I don't know when it will be achieved, but ultimate goal that each week we modify the teaching material for each student according to his performance that we continually assess. So like private lessons, I see that you miss this knowledge, I provide you to do that, and so on. So this is the real benefit of having such a system that has this feedback loop, so that they can modify the learning process. And this is the way. The second, from the organizational level, this is our current problem. Dropout is pretty significant, especially in the Faculty of Information Technology. There are many factors for that, but if you have controlled data, for instance, when I analyzed my courses, I realized that we overloaded students with assignments. Instead to have assignment for 1 hour or less per week, we give them for 2 hours a week. And they don't have such time because they have to read material, they have to do tests, they have to do projects and so on. So we recognize that data will show us that we overloaded students. And there are many other cases for that. Also, we can identify whether the critical points, whether a teacher is the problem, or a program is the problem, or something else is the problem. So to modify the system to be more efficient and quality. So if we don't have such things to close the loops, then it's useless to have this analytics. So that's why I think this is important to have the vision, what's the goal. If we work for libraries, that means, oh, it's nice, easy way, I will publish in this paper in the journal, so I have some benefits of that, and forget next day what I did. I thought this is for libraries. We should not work for libraries. We should work to solve the real problems. And that's why it's very important that we work on real problems. This morning we learned why companies don't collaborate with universities. We work for libraries, they work for real problems, and they don't see any match. So we have to learn. If we want to be accepted by commercial companies and also by students that are very practical, we have to change our priorities. Unfortunately, the law is against that. We still have research results as the most important thing. I have nothing against this, but we have to do other things. That's why you know that we have in our rules. You don't know, but nobody can be re-elected if you didn't contribute to the third mission of university, at least 10,000 euros in 5 years. But after 6 years, we have a very poor results. Professors are not used to do that for the market. They only work for salaries, for teaching, and for projects that they do for research. If you ask them, okay, we have online, we have Pro Academia. This is a school that we offer courses for general public. This is one way to sell the knowledge, or joint project with the companies and so on, or even some research project can be in this category. Nothing. And that's the problem. So we have to change the criteria for elections, for nominations, and that's it. If we only look, publish journals, papers, then we do work for libraries. The real work will be different, so we have to change it. But we have the problems with us. We have very difficult to convince people that is a good measure for them. It's not related with the money. but the relevance of your work. Why you do this? Why you spend your time? Just to publish a paper? Okay, the publishing is good, but it's not the goal. The goal is to solve a problem. At national level, at company level, at personal level, it must be a problem that you solve. This is your contribution. If the contribution is just to publish a paper, for me it's not the challenge, really. When I got a PhD, I didn't publish my work in an international journal. It was our own local journal, I would say. But as a result, I produced a series of machines optimized, and they were exported and so on. So I saw real results of my PhD work, and I was happy for it. But why should be happy just to publish a paper and say, okay, I am 21A paper, that's all. And then nobody in company will not accept this. They don't care about our research project. I know when I worked in Singapore in companies, I had a lot of benefit because of this, my engineering work. I didn't want to teach students anything before I do as an engineer the same kind of job. So to have both theoretical knowledge and practical engineering knowledge, and that's why I succeeded there, because I have both. But usually here, people are reluctant to have both. Okay, I'm just looking for papers and so on. And then we have problems to communicate with companies, because we are not used to that. Those who come from companies to university, that's the best they know. And that's why one of track to recruit professors, to take those who have probably 20, 30 years of industrial experience to come to us to teach students based on this practical knowledge, and that's what our students really need. Thank you.
I would just like to give a quick comment on the data quality. From my perspective, we usually extract the data, for instance, from Moodle at the end of the course. And I think that should be divided into stages. So it would be useful to perform temporal analysis, to see patterns in behavior, for instance, before the first midterm exam. Then to see are there differences between patterns in behavior between first and second exam. I think that the results, we would get a deeper insight into students' behavior. Yeah.
Just something related with that. I have done it, but you should take into account the computer size of the thing. You should take into account an important problem. If you are going to do a query, and a query that is going to be very complex against a real database on production, probably Moodle is going to go down. So we had that problem. So we had that problem one time. So the solution probably in this case is to, as I told you, have a backup and check it with the students. In this way, you are not so aggressive with it. But it's possible. It's possible, and it's not bad to check what we have done. I think it's more important to focus in specific features and to know which is the specific feature. Probably is the difficulty of this, to know which metric is interesting. Because I don't know, I use, for instance, I have been working a lot of interactions, and I have seen that interactions has some relationship with grade and with better grades, but it is not the only one, and we have the possibility to explore a lot of things. So it's important that you continue working in things such as the one that you have presented, or Giovanna, or she has presented, because it's interesting to know exactly which are the important or the key elements to take into account in order to improve the learning. Because if you have 3 or 4 or 5, it's not so difficult to have good data and to have good quality of the data, I think.
Thank you. More questions? Well, thank you. To sum up our panel, we seem to be having a lot of challenges. There are some opportunities, but as the learning analytics community and the community in general going towards the online education and e-learning, it seems that we have enough energy to keep fighting the fight. So to thank our panelists for the fruitful discussion, and thank you for the audience as well. To make two announcements. First one is we will make a short break just to set up again for the paper presentations. And the second is because we didn't see everybody at the lunch break, everybody is invited for the social dinner after the conference. We will be leaving all from here roughly a little bit before 6. So Daniela, please raise a hand. Just please, if you haven't confirmed to Daniela that you're coming with us, join us. Okay, thank you again. 10-minute break, no more, because we are really off the schedule for now, and we're going into the next session for the paper presentations.
Okay, hello everybody. We are opening session 2 today, and I would like to call our first presenter, Mojca Stritar-Kučuk from Faculty of Arts, University of Ljubljana, Slovenia, and she will present us paper, Machine Translation, a shortcut to better language competence in the era of e-learning. So, please, the floor is yours.
To sam htjela pitam, ću ovo sad samo ili?
Jeste imali vremena da namestite?
Nešto se prekida ovdje.
Pa imamo problem s kontaktom.
Ovdje svetli crveno.
Da svetli?
Sad je zeleno.
Jednom pritisni, sad čekaj da se upali lampa.
Sad je opet crveno. Mnogo pritiskaš.
To ja pritiskam.
Sad je zeleno.
Ima neki problem.
Sad ćemo vidjeti, nego oni pritiskaju.
Ok.
A ženska posla. Agresivno.
Okay, hello. I'm probably the outsider in this room. I'm not an education expert. I'm a linguist. I'm a Slovene language teacher. I teach Slovene as a second or foreign language. And well, in the last few years, as everybody in this sector, we had, of course, we became education experts to a tiny level, that is. And but that's actually not what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to talk about another aspect of digital technology entering the language classroom, and that is machine translation, which you're probably all familiar with. Since I assume many of you here are Slavic speakers, I'm going to start with two texts in Slovene language. At least one person I know speaks Slovene, and maybe somebody else understands as well. So I would like to present this person. This is Luka. Luka is from Montenegro. He's a student at the University of Ljubljana. He started studying at the university last fall in October, and he finished. And as a student of the first year, he was entitled to free Slovene language course, which he finished in June. So he was learning Slovene from October till June. I'm going to show you two texts that Luka wrote during this course. I hope you can see well enough. Just try to decipher them. Can you understand to some point? Would somebody dare to guess which text was written earlier in the process of learning? Maybe to help you, I marked the errors, I corrected the language errors in both texts.
Suppose the second one was the first text that he wrote.
The first that he wrote in Slovene language, which of course is not true, it's a trick. I did it on purpose. The first text was written in October, the second one in June. So the first one was written in digital form, he wrote it as a homework and sent it to the teacher. The second one was written by hand at the language exam at the end of the course. So, the first text, of course, is suspicious to a language teacher. There are some structures, I'm just going to mark them, that are far too complex for a student at the beginning of Slovene language learning to know. Like he used the dual, we have the dual in Slovene and he used it. There's an irregular noun here, več oblačnih dni, that is day, dan. Dana would be the form that a student from Serbia or Montenegro would normally produce, or a very complex phrase, very highly standard phrase, grem po nakupih, we would say in the colloquial Slovene, grem v shopping. Yeah, but he wrote grem po nakupih. So it's a very complex text with no errors. Wow, fantastic. The second text written at the end of the course is more realistic to his actual language competence. As you see, many errors, many basic errors, grammatical, lexical, and so on. In different research that we're doing, 3 graders separately graded this text. One gave him 4 points out of 10, the other one gave him 7 out of 10, the last one gave him 0 points, stating that the text is not written in Slovene. So we have a huge discrepancy here from what Luca wrote at the beginning of learning, or, to be honest, in all his homeworks, and at the end of learning, which he actually had to write by himself. So, is Luca really that more competent in Slovene language, in the second language, Slovene is here just a case study, when writing at home, then he's half a year of studying Slovene and living in a Slovene environment later at the language exam. Now, I assume not. It's not some strange miracle. I assume he was using machine translation. And that's one thing that we've been noticing more and more. We receive homeworks that are flawless. Apparently, Google Translate has improved much in the last few years as well. So it's a subject that's been occupying me quite a lot in the last few years, because as a teacher, you suddenly have a third partner in the classroom. The student, the teacher, and you have machines there, and you have them, you cannot ignore them. And my first reaction was to fight that. It's forbidden, you're not allowed to use it, but it's pointless. You cannot fight it. Everybody is using them, me as well. So why fight it? But still, I've been trying to research this subject. Is it good for language learning, language teaching? Is it, I mean, how to face it, how to include it in the in the learning process? So I've been doing different research steps, and here I will present 2 surveys that I did. One was among students in the summer of 21, a survey that I did online. I received 104 responses. No big data here, it's just a small population, but still there were 200 students that completed the course, so half of them answered the survey. They mostly speak Serbian, Bosnian, and Macedonian, so South Slavic speakers. And they were studying Slovene online due to the COVID situation. And then afterwards I also did a survey among teachers of Slovene as a second or foreign language. It was similar to the student survey, just a bit adapted. As you see, the number of responses is very small, it's 22, so it's really difficult to do any generalizations, but still you must know that the pool of these people who do that is not that big. I mean, at the conference where I spread out this survey, there were about 50 participants, so still it cannot be really generalized, but it gives us some feeling about the general attitudes of this population. So they were teachers of Slovene, a second or foreign language, all of them with quite many years of experience. So the answers I was trying to get from them, based on their experience, their opinions, how often do language learners use machine translation, how does it affect language learning and teaching. Here we're still talking about teaching even at university level, not just studying. We need to teach certain things. And do they perceive it as a shortcut or a hindrance to better language competence in their second language? So is learning faster because of machine translation, or is it slower? To make one thing clear, machine translation means Google Translate. There are some other options, but they're very rarely used by my respondents. Maybe one student mentioned it, but usually just Google Translate, and they always use just the basic function where you type in the phrase and you get the translation, which was interesting, for instance, in a Cypriot research, the Cypriot University, where Turkish students are learning English. They use the audio translation a lot with Google Translation. Here, obviously, it doesn't happen. I'm not even sure if it works very well, but still there are two similar languages. I'm talking about languages that have a lot of common, that are mutually intelligible, so probably it's not really necessary. But we're talking about similar languages still. Usually there are three languages involved. The target language, that is Slovene, the source language, which is usually the student's first language, and English. It's still a secret how Google Translate actually works, but it's a well-known secret that for the smaller languages it translates via English. And the students obviously know that as well, because they very often include English in their translations. So, for instance, they translate from English into Slovene, or from Slovene to English instead of, for instance, Macedonian, which apparently it's more accurate if you translate directly into English. It's just to mention that when they translate into one language, they choose their language a bit more frequently than English, but still, these are small numbers. They use machine translation in different contexts, in academic contexts, so when they study their own subject which they study, the Slovene language course which they have at the university, and in everyday life. So here I'm just going to talk about the Slovene language course, how they use it at the language course. Here they most frequently use machine translation when they write their homework. The red column is the students' answers, the gray column is the teachers' answers. So the teachers assessed how frequently do their students use machine translation. Then it's written communication with language teachers, email, we don't use WhatsApp or forums or so on. In language classroom, students also use machine translation, for instance, to look up a word or something. Or one of the teachers commented that they're quite motivated to get things right when they present in front of the classroom. Then they check if everything is okay. And also the language exam. Probably that's more easily done when it's conducted online than when it's in the classroom, like in Luca's case. Still, it's funny for me to see that in all these cases the teacher's estimate was a bit higher. But here, at the language exam, the teacher's estimate is lower. So the teachers are optimistic. Students don't use machine translation when writing exams. Ha ha ha. Yeah. Well.
It's really interesting to see at all.
Yes. Regarding learning online or in classroom, of course, when you're online, machine translation is just one keyboard switch away. So it's really handy, and it's really used more frequently than when in classroom live. So yeah, when the teachers graded their agreement with the phrase that my students use machine translation more when learning Slovene online than in person, you can see that they agreed with this very much. We didn't ask the students that question because, yeah, they have no comparison. Now, when we come to different chunks of language that students translate, they most frequently translate single words, then phrases, then paragraphs, and then whole text. So the bigger the language unit, the less frequently they translate it. Again, we're dealing with languages that are similar, so probably there's no need to translate whole text. They just need to check a phrase or a single word. Here it's interesting to see this opposition. So students actually think they translate single words more often than teachers think that, and with phrases it's the opposite. I think it's a bit wishful thinking from us teachers. We hope that they translate phrases, but in fact they just translate words. And then we get a sentence like this in homework, Moj stric vsak dan vlaki veslanje. I'm not sure you understand that, neither do I. It's completely senseless. I had to do a bit of detective work. So if you write the word trains in English into Google Translate, it translates vlaki, so it's this. But if you put the whole phrase in it, my uncle trains rowing, moj stric trenira veslanje. So it's completely wrong, and it could be avoided if the student was smart enough to use the whole phrase. But just putting in the word is pointless. So that's one of the things that we teachers need to do to learn critical use of machine translation software. Anyway, in various international research, it was shown that the students use machine translation frequently, but are not satisfied with it. My students, my respondents, were satisfied. They think it's generally okay. They think it's better for single words or phrases than for texts. Again, some answers here, not completely comparable. And they also stated some typical errors. Slavic speakers will understand, for instance, the use of masculine form is a very frequent error. So when a girl writes homework and she writes sem bil, sem prišel, sem delal, sem govoril in the masculine form instead of the feminine form. It's an error that I think no South Slavic speaking woman would do if she wrote from her own language skill, because we have that in our languages. But when you put it through Google Translate, it's lost because it goes via English. So it's a very, the use of Google Translate is very easily recognized by this. Now, of course, what I'm interested most in is how does machine translation affect language acquisition? And that is really difficult to assess, especially with this survey, because these are just opinions of students and teachers. So it's not really objective. But still, it gives us some insight into what they think is going on. There are different fears and ideas. Some fear that the students get lazy because of machine translation. Some fear that they learn language more slowly because of it. On the other hand, there are some who very strongly recommend it, saying that it reduces the numbers of errors in writing and that the acquisition is in fact faster. Now, students worldwide in different surveys have chosen the positive aspect. They think it's good for them to learn Google Translate, to use Google Translate, and particularly point out vocabulary, that they learn vocabulary faster because of machine translation. Now, I asked my respondents about this in the form of different statements that they have to mark their agreement with. So I'm going to show you some answers of students and teachers. Always the full line are students, the dotted line are teachers. So students think they learn Slovene more quickly because of machine translation. The teachers are a bit more, not that much. They don't agree completely. Students don't think that they would learn more the second language without machine translation. So it's mostly here the negative side. And also the teachers don't agree with this statement. And the students think that they speak Slovene more correctly because of machine translation. The teachers, again, are not so happy with it. So it's really hard to compare. The numbers are small, and particularly the teacher number is small, but still, in general, it seems that students are more satisfied with the impact of machine translation to their language learning than the teachers are. How does machine translation affect their general performance in Slovene environment? So they live there, they speak that every day in the store, in the street, and so on. Students think that they understand Slovene more because of machine translation. Also, the teachers agree. The students think they write better in Slovene because of machine translation. The teachers are a bit divided, not in complete agreement. And now the last statement, which for me is the most interesting, because of machine translation, students communicate in Slovene more easily. So you see, this one is a bit lower. They don't agree that much with the statement that they communicate more easily, and particularly teachers are here on the negative side. So this for me is quite an indicator. I mean, as it was stated earlier this morning, what is the point of language, of a learning process? It's not grades. We don't care about the grades they get at the end of the language course. We want them to be able to communicate in Slovene, the faculty, in the street, and so on. We want to enable them to function in a Slovene language environment. And if they can't do that, then maybe it's not as successful as we would hope for. So yeah, that's a signal that not everything is such a fairy tale. The last question, how does machine translation affect language teaching? So my work, the work of my colleagues. Only the teachers responded to this. Only a few thought that machine translation has considerable impact to their language teaching. About a half that it's partial, and a very large part say that this has no impact to their language teaching at all, which I think, okay, that is my opinion, but it's slightly worrying, since it's a huge factor that we have here, and if you ignore it completely, maybe, well, it's time to reconsider, because it's not going away. Some of the teachers described these different effects, like they try to teach students to use machine translation sensibly, to use it only with longer texts. They point out inappropriate translations. They use the translation errors that machine translation produces in language classes. Some say they choose a different style of homework correction, that the homework that was written with machine translation, they just underline the errors and don't correct them. And one of them said that he treats students who write using machine translation more strictly. So he forbids it, and he treats these students more strictly. So, now, did Luca, from the beginning, really learn the second language, so Slovene, faster, better, and more because of machine translation? It's impossible to say. I cannot say that. I don't have two Lucas and compare them with and without machine translation, so it's really a bit of guessing, a bit of predicting. Still, I think that it is not, machine translation is not a direct shortcut. Like we saw, students do not communicate more easily. They do a bit, but not yes, 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 of course. So it's not such a direct shortcut. There are some things that you have to be careful about. But the point is, we have machine translation, and students use it in all learning environments, in the classroom, at home, online, at the exam, everywhere. And of course, they're millennials, they need fast access to information, and that's really handy, and they get it immediately, so they're going to use it. So what has to be done? I think it's on us teachers to do. We have to do more changes to our language teaching. Of course, we have to teach students to use machine translation critically, to point out the errors. We have to show them reasons why it's good to learn the language without machine translation. When you're in a direct conversation with somebody, you cannot, sorry, I'll just have to look it up. I mean, you need to be fluent in a language, at least to some extent. And we also have to show them alternative language resources, dictionaries, language corpora, and so on. So different resources that are maybe of a better quality than machine translation that has quite some errors and flaws. Still, the issue of the impact machine translation has to language production, to language competence is quite challenging for us, and this is just a first step. The opinions of teachers, of students, it's the easy step. The second step that we're currently working on is to compare student production written with machine translation, without translation, and do some correlations, but it's a lot of work, and yeah, we'll hopefully will get some fruitful results. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Moica, for a really nice presentation. Please, do you have some questions? Okay, no questions? Okay, we are continuing with our session. Now, our next presentation is learning management systems for hybrid teaching models in primary schools. And our presenter is Tijana Glošica, right? From Teacher Education Faculty, University of Belgrade, Serbia. So here you go.
Okay. Hi to everybody. My name is Tijana Glošica, and I will present a paper that is done in collaboration with my colleagues from Teaching Education Faculty, University of Belgrade. And the name of paper is Learning Management System for Hybrid Teaching Models in Primary Schools during the COVID-19 pandemic. And now some background. The use of learning management systems at the level of primary school education in the Republic of Serbia was not regulated and mandatory until the COVID-19 pandemic. Due to the outbreak of the pandemic and the decision of the government on suspending face-to-face classes in higher education, secondary and primary schools, the Ministry of Education has obligated schools to implement a combined hybrid teaching model based on digital technology classes. In cooperation with the Office for IT and E-Government, a national platform for online learning was established, built on the Moodle learning management system called My School, which, in addition to televised video lectures that are publicly broadcasted, also offered recommendation for establishing online communication between teachers and students, software solutions, and instructions for use of that other solutions. And as a form of support, Ministry has also provided teachers and students with instructions for using some system and tools. And at that moment, these instructions were useful for teachers, many of whom were encountering the organization of distance learning on a systematic level for the first time. Furthermore, Ministry issued a manual, Professional Instructions for the Organization and Implementation of Educational Work in Primary School in the school year of 2021, represented an obligation and starting point for organizing, planning and programming the entire educational work in schools in difficult conditions, as well as work models that should be applied in school year 2021 and depending on the epidemiological situations. In January 21, the Institute for Educational Quality and Evaluation, as an expert institution of Ministry of Education, issued the document Online and Hybrid Learning, Long-Term Aspirations and Short-Term Guidance. That document was prepared with the aim of providing an expert framework and support for a new school class organization, and that consisted of terminological definitions and of different models. That models was named in presentations, models of implementation of educational work using digital technology in the teaching and learning process, working face-to-face at school with occasional use of digital technology in class, online teaching entirely conducted via the internet, and hybrid teaching, which combines face-to-face and online teaching. That was new for most of teachers in primary school level, maybe not in higher education, but in primary school level, that most teachers heard of them for the first time, and that is very important also to hear. And compared to the other two models, the hybrid model was most often applied during the pandemic, combining the advantages of the other two models and enabling the effective integration of technology in the school curriculum and enhancing face-to-face teaching with online learning. Also, Ministry, the manual also instructed the primary schools that they should use only one LMS per educational cycle, respecting the age of the students, as well as detailed guidelines for choosing the system. And what is the questions, the research question of this paper? The aim of this work is to detect which are the most frequently used LMS in primary school during pandemic COVID-19, and to analyze the quality of most frequently used LMS for implementing an effective hybrid teaching model in primary schools in the Republic of Serbia with regards to the current educational policies. The quality analysis was conducted based on the ELQE learning quality model that consists of 10 quality criteria: learning material and content, structure of the virtual environment, communication, cooperation and interactivity, student assessment, flexibility and adaptability of the system, teacher and student support, competencies and experience of teachers, vision and leadership of the institution, content resource allocation, and holistic and process aspect. assessment model was qualitatively adopted in order to assess the quality of used LMS as well as other software solutions and tools in national school system during the pandemic within the hybrid model on primary schools and also because it is not a paper that could research all these criteria in depth, just in general, not in their practice, in practice use in depth. Results of paper based on data obtained from schools. 4 different LMS which are frequently used in primary schools are chosen for the LAQ-based, model-based evaluation. Assessing the 4 frequently used systems indicated that all of them meet these criteria, quality criteria, but also that does not speak for the quality of the implemented hybrid teaching in practice. There is just percentages of using of that LMS. I'm not revealing all of that. Also, one of the outcome is that taking into account that the schools had the possibility to independently note down the title of the LMS in Ministry of Official Informational database to CITE, in which the data is joined, because that is very large, it is a very large amount of schools that we must obtain data from. During the analysis of data collected that way, it was detected that the data obtained does not provide the most accurate picture of the level and manner of use of a certain system and tool, and which is the main disadvantage for the effective application of this model. And we are now at the conclusions that we are here most of the time in this conference, that new organizational approaches to the implementation of distance learning in the period of crisis were designed in accordance with the current level of digital maturity in schools and of institutions at the level of primary schools, and accordance to the level of digital competencies of teachers. However, similar to some other approaches in learning and teaching, it is necessary that the hybrid teaching model also follows the pedagogical principles in order to be effectively implemented in teaching practice. And that is the main question that we heard on these conferences, that where is the quality and how we measure the quality. This implies that the teachers are educated to implement methodologies for effective integration of technology and the school curriculum, which ensure achieving the teaching goals. And that is the question, what is our goal? Fulfillment of the quality criteria of the learning management system according to ELQ model are necessary but not sufficient condition for building a safe, and stimulating hybrid constructivistic teaching environment. The digital competencies of teachers, students and associates play a key role, as do other factors, number of students in the classroom, age of students, nature of the subject, technical prerequisites, preparation of parents, and so that we must not ignore and that need to be in depth investigated. Pandemic living and working conditions have intensified the use of hybrid teaching model in primary school, in basic education in the Republic of Serbia, which has also influenced the educational policy which increasingly and rapidly recognize the importance of digital maturity in schools.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation. Please, we have some questions. Professor,
what's so funny?
First, I'm very happy to hear that your institute is now working on online standards and educational material. I mean, teaching teachers how to use online and blended learning, and it's good move. But my question is now, what is about the public policy? Because you're the expert body of the Ministry of Education, so probably you know what will be in future. Could we implement online and also hybrid education officially in primary and secondary school? For instance, we opened Metropolitan High School in Niš a few years ago, but only we got the license for face-to-face, and it failed because lack of students. Our original idea was to have online high school in order to support students overall Serbia, especially in the rural area where they don't have high schools. And the second idea was at least to offer online education for IT classes. You know that high school have special classes, and we wanted to cover IT classes because in small areas you cannot have such schools, and we have experience in IT, we have experience in online. We applied, but we didn't got the license. They told us, well, it's not following our policy and so on. That's why I asked whether something is changed so far, or whether it will be changed so that we even know what to do, because we spent a lot of money preparing all this stuff, and because previously as state secretary accepted this idea, I said, okay, go on. And after 1 year of preparation, engaging people, everything elaborate and everything was prepared, they said, no, we can't, because the law doesn't exist, support. But why didn't you tell us from the beginning? So you spent money and time and all this stuff. So I don't know what is the current state of the policy of the ministry regarding online education in primary and secondary schools.
Okay. I will tell you what I know. Okay. In the primary school level, there is a bylaw that I think in 2018 is written, and that recognize the online education and in primary schools, and also that is the second bylaw that recognizes online in secondary, but just as a part of regularly of the schools, not for entire school institution, but just for some students. And that is the idea, just for that students that are in some need from rural areas, or because of some illness, and maybe they are very successful in sports or music, and that is regulated. But just that students must fulfill some requirement, and not that is not for institution regulated. And when is question for policies and future, also strategy for education not recognized in that manner, online education and support for online education for entire institutions, just for systems that exist, like implementation of Moodle in all elementary school, and some seminars for teachers and like that, but not for now, not.
But that's really strange because we wanted to cover our people abroad that want to learn Serbian because they already go to international schools outside Serbia. So for our people abroad. Secondly, those who are ill. Third, there are sports. In sports, they cannot go to schools, so that especially the rural area, and also small towns don't have high schools, and especially specialized classes. So in such cases, at least it should be allowed. As your institute is advisory to the ministry, I wonder what you to suggest such sort of things. If you say online is not good, then let's forbid everybody. And it's in contrast to international experience. So how can somebody decide that it's not good? Let's come here to discuss whether it's good or not, what's good, what's bad, but just to forbid it, even without knowing. We have the most experience in Serbia in online education, already 17 years we are working on that. Nobody asks us in the ministry what we think about this, and they even don't come to check this and so on. So I wonder how the ministry works without listening the experts what they think. I hope that you agree with me that online education and hybrid education in some cases can be even better. For instance, for personalized learning, you cannot do it face-to-face in the class because of the number of students. But when you do personal learning, that means you work with individual students. So it can be very good, especially if they're ill or if you are in a remote country area, rural area, or they are abroad and such sort of thing. It's not wise not to support this. And we have experience, technology and everything. Not we, everybody. Why not?
Yes, I agree with you.
Okay, you should be the minister of...
Thank you.
Your political career just started.
We will support you.
Okay, any further questions?
No.
No? Okay. Well, I will announce our third presentation. Lightweight permission distributed ledger for credentialing in higher education institutions. Our presenter is Professor Nemanja Zdravkovic from Belgrade Metropolitan University. Nemanja, here you go.
Thank you.
Nemanja, we are hungry.
It's okay, I will be quick. Okay, so this is the topic, a little bit different, more technical, but I'll keep it simple as possible. Lightweight permission
Simple it be,
distributed ledger for credentialing in higher education institutions. So I'll talk about the simple part first, introduction and motivation behind our work. Distributed ledgers, I'll keep it as simple as possible because it's really related to blockchain. That's something that I've been doing research on for the past several years. And I'll present the model that we want to one day include in our own university or even further. And I'll present the two use cases which we think that this model will be good. And finally, we'll draw some conclusions and some ideas for future work. So, about the motivation. We've heard a lot about how we have challenges, but opportunities as well for online education, especially in higher education institutions. But, for instance, I have students who come to me to say, okay, I want you to be my mentor for my final exam. And I say, oh, excellent. I know that, for instance, this student is already working, and I say, okay, it's good that your company recognizes that you're a graduated student. And the student says, no, they don't care about that. They just want to know if I have some skills or not. And I was a bit surprised, but it seems that platforms such as Skillshare, Udemy, EDX, Coursera, LinkedIn Learning, and so forth they're getting a large influx of new learners, but these commercial learning platforms still, fortunately for us, cannot compete in quality education with higher education institutions. However, as I said, sometimes the potential employees for students will rather look if, okay, they have a badge from Udemy, okay, they have a certification from Coursera or EDX, or in LinkedIn you can now fill out the test and they say, okay, you have a badge for, you know, C++ or something, or project management, whatever. Okay, and so this gamification and badgification of education is a trend. So, okay, my idea 2 years ago, when we started at blockchain-related solutions for the education, was, okay, let's see how can blockchain or blockchain-adjacent solutions, because blockchain isn't cryptocurrency and Bitcoin, it's a lot, the technology behind those platforms has a lot of potential. So how can we use it in education? Okay, so our idea was to present a system for credentialing. So we have issuing our own diplomas or certificates or so forth. But okay, let's add a layer to that, so we can have the higher education institutions have some sort of additional platform which they can present and verify some sort of document. So using blockchain, and for instance, okay, we can have these documents here. These are, I took the courses as well. So not only we can just have those certifications, but we can also verify them. And this is the idea. And because blockchain is so highly correlated with cryptocurrencies and a lot of potential investors or well, the scientific community, when they see, okay, blockchain, it's a trend, it will go away. But distributed ledger technologies, which is blockchain adjacent, could be used a lot better in cases such as this. So, as simple as possible. Blockchain is a append-only, shared append-only data structure where all transactions describing some events are stored in link blocks. They are cryptographically secure and so forth. I won't get into the details. But the idea relies on peer-to-peer networks, cryptography, and this distributed consensus, which can be very complex in the case of cryptocurrency, but in specific cases, it can be very lightweight for our purposes. And here, we focused on Hyperledger, which is one of the, if not the only, distributed ledger technologies or scope of projects, which are basically for enterprise-grade blockchain solutions. They offer a modular approach, so we can have it as simple or as complex as we want. The idea here is participants, the nodes in the network, where differently from blockchains such as Bitcoin or cryptocurrency blockchains, we can just join the network. Here, the participants, the idea is the participants would be either faculties or universities, and they are known to each other. And they have a shared interest in participating in this consensus process that verifies the transactions, in our case, the documents. And because they they are trusted parties. They can share data with a greater degree of security, and we don't have to have the complexity, this computational heavy mechanism such as proof of work, which Bitcoin uses. So we can have a very lightweight add-on to an existing education information system, which can be used to have this badgification because it's so popular. So Hyperledger is this enterprise solution, and it's very high regarded, and it's the idea is to go with that. 2 years ago, we had similar papers published here and presented here also by myself. We wanted to broaden our scope. Okay, not just diplomas or some certificates, we can do a lot more. However, we found out soon after that, somebody already done it in University of Nicosia in Cyprus, block.co. And okay, so here we just wanted to focus on as simple as possible platform that can be easily tested and hopefully easily implemented, at least at a prototype level for now. So as I said, blockchains, they have transactions. This consensus mechanism, it says all or a majority of the nodes in the network, if they agree, then it's good, and that data is added to the blockchain. If they don't agree, then something is wrong. And how would we like to implement this at this credentialing model? We have the authorized user, the online access platform, and the network itself. The authorized user can be a student, which is enrolled in one of the nodes, faculty or the university. It can be an authorized user, such as staff from the institution, or it can be a potential employer who wants to, okay, let me check if this person has all the credentials that they are stating in their CV. And an online platform is just a website, keeping it simple, which every node of the network should have, and it will be just an add-on to an existing information system. The network itself would be comprised of institutions, so faculties or universities, for instance, and what they can do for this, they can issue their certificate, their document, their diploma. It doesn't need to be a diploma, it can be a list of all past exams and so forth. And how does this distributed ledger technology go into all of this? So, first of all, I want to point out the advantages when all nodes are known. As I said, they are trusted parties. So, for instance, if we have let's say University of Belgrade, University of Niš as another node, University of Krakow as a third node. They make a network, and when someone issues a document, it will be triggered to see this consensus mechanism, and they will say, okay, we know that this is a correct document, and it will be able to, you can verify that. So, nodes are trusted, and this is a huge improvement compared to cryptocurrencies. Now, this is a private network, so not anybody can join. So, a node cannot be added easily in Bitcoin or Ethereum and so forth. Anyone can join, as I said. But here, adding a node to a private network requires an invitation. So, for instance, okay, this faculty wants to join our network. The other networks in the node, they make a consensus that, okay, this is a trusted party. We can now add it to our network. And then, therefore, it secures the network as a whole. And because they are all known, and because we use Hyperledger, we can use this lightweight consensus mechanism, so we don't have to have a lot of servers to compute those hash values or whatever. So we can easily add blocks to the blockchain and keeping it as simple as possible, but also doing what needs to be done. And less power consuming, because we know that electricity is going to be a problem in the following months. So what are the use cases here? We have two use cases. One is the issuance of the certificate or the document and the validation. And we'll present here just the sequential diagrams for this. So we have a user, an authorized user, which is a part of the institution. If they want to issue a document, they would usually send a request to the information system of the institution. We now add this ledger level. So as far as the authorized user is concerned, the user is doing the same job. But we just added a transaction, so there's a log which cannot be modified, which cannot be deleted, and so forth, because of the blockchain or the distributed ledger. But we have some info that, okay, there has been a issuance request, and this type of transaction is added. And the other validation use case is when an authorized user, be it a student or a potential employer and so forth, but it has to be authorized, it requests a validation to, for instance, check if this potential employee has passed all their exams or is really does the potential employee really have the diploma and so forth. And here it's just another level from this side and again from this side. So a request is added to the institutional information system. Again, this is something that should be transparent, but this request is also added to the blockchain. So we know that someone asked for the validation of some document which should already exist here. And this is easily implemented because it's easy. It can be, at least for this types of communication. And this is something that we've been started to work on, because we, as I said, we wanted to be a little broader, but now we see that some commercial solutions already exist. So let's keep it something that it's more achievable. And at this level, it's still work in progress. But at the Laboratory for Blockchain Technology here at BMU, we are trying to get as many use cases or prototypes as we can get so far. So, just a concluding remark and what we plan to do next. So, if we use private blockchains such as distributed ledger technologies, such as Hyperledger, we can have this sensitive data, which is, again, kept on the institution itself. It can be issued and verified in a reliable manner, again, without the need of complex computational power. So this added layer of blockchain doesn't really add more stress on the existing information system from the institution. And again, with little maintenance, but with added security and keeping up with the trends, so we can see, okay, we have some comparable verification for the badges, for the documents as the learning platforms. And our future work is actually, hopefully, will be a prototype platform for testing with Hyperledger Fabric, which is the main platform for this kind of use cases. And I hope I was brief. Thank you.
And again, I will ask some. Sorry if you're hungry, but...
Thank you
a nice, simple, and brief presentation. Okay, any questions? Yes. Professor Thomas.
Preconditions for this is that you trust all parties in the chain.
Yes.
And that's the question. Because there are faculties in the university that are providing the wrong data. They sell diplomas and so on. So how this system can prevent this? As I understand, this system is okay if citizens want to issue his own diploma, but if the institution is involved in this, and this institution is the part of the chain, whether this system can prevent this.
Oh, yeah, we don't invite that institution.
You don't know? If you ask me, probably 90% of private universities I will not invite, because I had already experience. I asked them, because they proposed me to be president of the Society of Private University. I asked only one thing. Okay, you have to send me names of students that are enrolled each year, and when you have to issue diploma, send me these names in order that I just check whether the guy spent 4 years in the university. Nobody accepted this condition. So that's I don't trust them. If you don't have trusted parties, how it can work?
Well, hopefully. Well, I like to be an optimist, so hopefully in the future we will have more trusted parties. But unfortunately, if the situation is as it is, so far it will be a network with one node. But the idea...
There are 2 nodes. Now the ministry has a copy.
Ah, good. Okay, okay. So 2 nodes is good. So the idea is to have a paradigm shift to a more transparent, to have more transparency. And if more and more ideas such as this or similar are emerging, then it would be, hopefully it would be more difficult to hide data. And sooner or later, again, hopefully, they will have to conform to have the data open. So I like to think that in the hopefully near future, there will be more potential trusted parties for a network such as this. But
I would suggest you that you implement something that I already told you, that the valid data is timestamps. If something is wrong, then the time shows, because they should register all students at a specific time.
This is
if you don't have this information, they can fail.
Yes,
because they have double documentation. You need diploma, okay, we will use a force. You will be now written that you joined our university 4 years ago, they make fast examination reports, everything is fast. So they have double documentation. And so this is the real scenario, you face this problem. How to solve it, so think about it.
Okay, so just a quick answer, quick as I can be. Blockchain allows this by default. So we can see if we have a transaction that states that student A has completed their studies in 2022, we can trace back through the blockchain itself to see, okay, did the student enroll in 2018, for instance? And the blockchain, because of its innate cryptographic properties, will allow us to see if this transaction is good or not. So with this consensus mechanism, we can say, okay, if we know if the trusted parties, they have the access to the blockchain, they can see, okay, let's trace back, oh, the student didn't enroll in 2018, something's wrong, and therefore this transaction will not be added. This is by default the idea behind blockchain. So the timestamps are most definitely included. So, but the idea is which node, the node should be trusted. If we say, for instance, we have 3 nodes, and 2 of them say, okay, we don't mind if if we don't have a transaction when the student is enrolled, but two of them say, okay, it's good, the consensus is good. So again, the idea is to have the trusted parties for a private blockchain. For a public blockchain, the challenges are far greater. So this is just an idea when, in an ideal case where we know that we can trust each other.
Okay, thank you. We can talk about it. I don't have any more. I have questions.
Thank you, Nevena. I'm professor. And finally, I will present our last presentation for today and for session 2. It's a paper with title Comparison of Trends and EU Frameworks for Assessment Practices at Higher Education Institution in Serbia. So please, Daniela, step forward. The floor is yours.
Thank you.
Here you go.
Da zapjevam? No, I won't sing.
Sing.
Later. We have to go to a restaurant. Okay. I will really try to keep it short. And
say thank you.
Thank you.
This is the shortest.
No signaling. I think signs from God. Yeah.
Doesn't work.
Some have Petros.
No, I have a signal. Okay, great.
You need time.
Okay, really needs time. Okay. Well, first of all, I would like to thank you very much for staying. I know it's very hard to be here all day, and thank you very much for staying here. Let me introduce myself, although you saw me this morning, but that's another perspective, and now from another perspective. My name is Daniela Ljubojević, and I'm assistant professor here at Belgrade Metropolitan University. And believe it or not, I teach English. So, kind of funny mixture. And my other self part is with the Ministry of Education, where I'm a counselor at Belgrade School District. This presentation has to do with higher education, and I prepared it, and the paper is with my colleague Ivana Petrovic, which is also an English language lecturer here at Belgrade Metropolitan University. And we tried to deal with something more from educational point of view and assessment and learning analytics. It has to do with, I know it's rather long, but the motive, the rationale behind this is what I've seen as, what I've seen so far as a counselor in state schools is that primary and secondary schools are pretty much systematic and organized system. I cannot say they're better, but they are organized and systematic system when compared to the universities, because they have all those rule books and laws and everything that is governed, guidelines, etc. And we have just seen when TNF from the Faculty of Education, the education faculty was talking about, there are always some guidelines that are prepared by the ministry, by the Institute for Improvement, etc. However, we do not have that at universities, and it's always up to the teachers themselves to, they are autonomous. However, that autonomy sometimes means they cannot cope easily with some things that are not basically theirs. Let me get this straight. For example, IT teacher, science teacher, I mean, they are teachers. When I say teachers, I mean educators at university. They do not cope easily with pedagogy, assessment, with all those things that are basically instruction, teaching, learning processes, etc. So one of the ways, what I see here, it's very difficult to have pedagogy for all those teachers. I know that in Finland, they have a kind of different system. So in order to be a teacher, you have to graduate from, for example, from faculty, but then you need to complete masters in education. So it's the same, both for IT teacher and some other teacher, but after they have completed masters in education, they can teach. Here we do not have something like this, and what I see as a solution is, in a way, okay, trainings and frameworks that can be implemented, especially frameworks from the EU. And here I would like to present some reference documents that are very useful for developing digital competencies. And when I say digital competence, I don't only mean that you know how to use a computer. That's not digital competence. It's much more behind it. Today we will be talking about assessment. What's assessment? How to approach it? What areas of assessment are particularly important to improve learning? I won't go into learning theory. I will just rely on some documents that stated this is good, you should apply it. And I created a kind of framework proposal for that. And I also conducted a short survey with teachers. It's, you know, the sample is like 32 teachers, but I'm urging all the teachers to complete it. And this kind of proposal with this pilot study, you will see the results and some conclusions, what is important to include in assessment and learning at higher education institutions. I know what's going on with primary and secondary schools. We do not apply all those pedagogical approaches. We do not approach our learning like that. I mean, not our students. And this is one of the proposals. The reference documents I'm talking about is key competencies for lifelong learning, and they're adopted by the Council of the European Union in 2018, and they refer to all levels of education, not only primary and secondary, but to all levels of education. Then European Framework for the Digital Competence of Educators, the Strategy of Education in Serbia, and Digital Competence Framework, Teachers for the Digital Age. This last one is for okvir digitalnih kompetencija, svi ovdje razumite, okvir digitalnih kompetencija. It was published by the Ministry of Education for teachers in primary and secondary schools, and they had a training. I was one of the trainers in that big project, to teach our teachers how to apply digital competencies. And for example, one of the competencies they had to deal with was ethics and how to use data, analytics, etc. So when I created this proposal, it was kind of a mix of all the best practices. What I see as the best practices are both from the European Union and our policy documents in Serbia. Research questions that we had in our questionnaire, to answer the questions was the level of digital competence of educators at higher education institutions? Are educators at universities making the most of digital technologies for assessment? And what is their present focus compared to what they should focus in relation to the policy documents? So, I won't ask you aloud. I'm just asking you to think about these three questions. What do you think? Are you digitally competent enough? But I'm not talking about coding, blockchain, or something like that. But how to use materials, how to use data, how to improve learning and teaching process. And that's really beyond our specific competence, subject competence. And are educators making the most of digital technologies? Well, I believe you can never say yes. You can never make the most of something. And what's their present focus? We will see what we found out. Okay, this was a convenient sample. It was just a pilot study for the sake of this conference. However, we're going to go deeply into it and try to obtain samples of more teachers. The teachers were from Belgrade, Niš, and Novi Sad, 32 of them. Teacher training, faculty, science, engineering and IT, social sciences, businesses and law, and arts and humanities. Our questionnaire had a total of 55 items. It was a rather long one, longish, not longish, it was a long one. And some of the teachers said, oh, it's too long, definitely. I know it was too long, but I really, I really needed all those data to compare, to see what's the reason for failure. I don't want to be rude, but yeah, we're not making the most of it, and we do not use data for assessment as we would like to do, but what's the reason for this? And there are 6 dimensions into my framework questionnaire. Leadership, is it because of our institution? Or do we have a digital strategy? I mean strategy like in the next 5 years our mission is to do and then continuing professional development. Teachers in primary and secondary schools really need to do this every year. I mean they have to get like 100 hours in 4 or 5 years, something like that, of continuing professional development, accredited professional development. And then, is it because of pedagogy, because of supports and resources, implementation in the classroom, assessment practices, and student digital competence? Maybe our students are not digitally competent enough. So it really depends. Today, I'll just focus on assessment practices. And the questionnaire was about those assessment practices. There are 15 items: assessing skills, providing feedback and suggestions for improvement, formative assessment, providing timely feedback, self-reflection on learning, feedback to other students, digital assessment, document learning, using data to improve learning, valuing skills developed outside school, learning analytics. All these things belong to that area of assessment. And for example, to be a digitally competent teacher in a primary or secondary school, if you want to pass that level, advanced level, you really need to be competent in all these areas regarding assessment. For example, formative assessment. What's formative assessment? If you know the concept, there's formative and summative assessment. Our exams are summative assessment. But formative is something you do throughout the course. For example, when I'm cooking, I'm preparing my meal, so during the process, I try that meal and I say, it's not salty. I have to add some salt. And when I decide on that, that's formative assessment. But when my meal is ready, I put it on the table and I ask my children, my husband, what do you think? Is it okay? And what they think, it's summative assessment. So that's the thing we have to do. We have to provide formative assessment. And the things like providing timely feedback. Feedback is very, very important in the process of learning. And feedback to other students and providing feedback and suggestions for improvement. It's not only about providing feedback, teacher-student feedback. Student-student feedback is also very beneficial in learning. There has been research that evaluates very highly that feedback peer assessment. So, how much do you implement peer assessment into your teaching? It's kind of a reflective question. I mean, I'm very much for that. My PhD was on that. It was developing peer assessment tools on learning management systems. However, I do not apply it here. It's very difficult because we cannot use, in Moodle, we can use it because there are peer assessment tools. But if you're using something else, that it's very difficult. Peer editing as well. So, here's some indicators of peer assessment. I won't read them. And they are adapted. Okvir digitalnih kompetencija, they all refer to a document. So, I've gathered them from different parts, like from EU or from Serbian policy document, and then from EU policy document. Selfie is the name of the document, Digital Competence Framework. And then here is like basic, intermediate, and advanced, because in Okvir digitalnih kompetencija you have 3 levels of competence: basic, osnovni, srednji, i napredni. So, for example, in order to be digitally competent, to be assessment area, and to be at intermediate level, you need to use digital technologies to compare and integrate data from various sources about the student activity and achievement. That's what's written in those documents. And then, to be advanced user, I use digital technologies to analyze and combine various digital sources of data about the students' progress and take measures to improve their achievement and the general working atmosphere in the department. So, to cut long story short, I obtained data results that are not very, that are not very optimistic because the sample was rather low. However, I really believe that we were on the right track because, okay, teachers do use assessment tools. It's really, we need them and we use them. But 25% of teachers do not use, this is do not, the percentage of who doesn't use it. So 25% of teachers do not use tools for formative assessment. 41, that's almost half, do not use it for peer assessment. Teachers do not use tools for providing self-reflection on learning, digital tools to document learning, and using data to improve learning. We have seen, for example, to document learning, portfolio is one really interesting way of documenting learning. However, we've seen that there are some challenges like GDPR and policy challenges, etc. So it is difficult sometimes to integrate something that's provided in the policy, and on the other hand, you're forbidden to use something because there is also a kind of legislature that you cannot use. This is one of the comments about the questionnaire, because the questionnaire was really comprehensive. And the questionnaire, it's not only about the questionnaire, because the questionnaire is a kind of framework. I think of it as a self-reflection tool. I'm not a legislative body, so I cannot impose it. On the other hand, I can give it to teachers, so I say, okay, I prepared a framework, a kind of framework proposal, and it's based on good practice to improve learning and teaching. Go through it and think about it. And if you agree with it, that means that you're a very high level of applying to be digitally competent, etc. And I do not know who wrote this because the questionnaire was really anonymous. I don't even know from which city. Amazing, comprehensive, and inspiring. I feel like most of our educational institutions are many years behind when it comes to modern advancements in blended learning, and still taking baby steps to make any progress in this area. And of course, the person mentions financing as well. In conclusion, what are the, let's say, priority aspects in assessment when compared to all those documents? So, special emphasis should be placed on using collaborative tools. Teamwork, we heard a story about teamwork this morning with Miguel. Because you always, we need competent students in being able to work in teams, in groups, etc. So collaborative tools for assessment and using digital technologies to enable students to provide feedback on other students' work. That's not that they are doing our job. No, they're not doing our job. They are developing skills. They are also developing assessment skills, skills for evaluation, because if you look at the Bloom's taxonomy, to be able to evaluate something, it's very, very high, because it's not only about reproducing knowledge, but very high. The pyramid there is evaluation, and the creation is the last aspect. To improve learning, students need regular opportunities to make judgments about quality in relation to standards. So they really need to have a standard and compare it and say, yeah, I'm there, or I'm there, etc. Reflective learning as well, as I've mentioned, this questionnaire for the time being should be a kind of self-reflecting tool. To introduce further development training for all university teachers, focusing on pedagogy and policy documents regulating this aspect. Yeah, no, pedagogy is very important, but sometimes it's very difficult to have a crash course on pedagogy. I mean, would you understand it? I mean, if someone had been interested in pedagogy, he would go there and not study IT. So I really believe that a shortcut would be like, okay, this is policy document, this is framework. Okay, it doesn't have to be a law, but framework. And if you apply it, you will get results. Because some people know what they're doing with that framework, I believe. And to provide a digital competence framework for higher education institutions in Serbia. That's kind of my new proposal onto this. And core code is for my questionnaire. So feel free to fill it in if there's someone who hasn't. That would be all. I tried to be very short. I don't know whether I succeeded in that. Okay, yeah, social dinner time. Okay, so if you have any questions.
Questions?
No question.
No. This time, no.
Are you sure? Because I could be talking about this.
You deserve to have a dinner.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. Thank you once again for staying in very because the last minute.
Okay, so now I'm closing session 2 and I'm closing first day of the conference, and we will continue our creative talk at the social dinner. So that's all.